Red Dog Saloon, a wild western novel. The hemp rope creaked in the morning wind, like a door hinge that needed oil. Rip Campbell stood on the top step of the Red Lion Saloon, rolling a cigarette between his long fingers, watching them adjust the noose around young Hugh Fenton's neck. The kid's knees were shaking so bad you could see it from half a block away. "He didn't seem like no damn killer to me," the bartender said behind him, wiping his hands on his apron for the 10th time in as many minutes. "I mean, hell, Rip, I seen him in here plenty of times. Quiet as a church mouse, nursed his whiskey like it was mother's milk." Rip slid the cigarette between his lips and struck a match on the porch post. The flame danced in the cool mountain air. "Reckon he did a little more drinking than was good for him, but he ain't the only one doing that around here." "Funny thing, though," the bartender, a fat man named Simpson, scowled and mopped his forehead with a bar towel. "I figured Fenton was doing pretty good, up on his claim. Why the devil should he slit a man's throat for his poke? Makes no sense." "Wouldn't know," Rip answered, studying the scene down Chestnut Street without emotion. He'd seen other men die at the end of ropes. This was no novelty. Still, something about it sat wrong in his gut like bad beef. He was small and slim with a narrow face and clear gray eyes that missed nothing. Black hair showed beneath his flat-crowned hat, with a few gray strands around the temples that gave away his 38 years. On his left cheekbone was a tiny scar where a bullet had grazed his face in a shootout over a card table down in Tucson. That had been 3 years ago, and he'd been more careful since then. "Look at 'em all," Simpson muttered. "Every damn miner in Roaring River knocked off work to see this boy swing. Like it was some kind of holiday." The crowd stretched nearly to the saloon steps where they stood. Miners mostly, with their wide-brimmed hats and dust-caked clothes, but also storekeepers, drifters, and gamblers. Even a few women had come out to watch, though they stayed back under the awnings, fanning themselves and whispering behind their hands. Rip took a long drag from his cigarette and let the smoke drift from his nostrils. "You think this will make Roaring River a safe town?" "Hell no," Simpson grumbled, his voice dropping to a whisper. "This is only the beginning. There'll be more necks stretched before it's over." He paused, glancing around nervously. "And maybe some of them won't deserve stretching." That brought a thin smile to Rip's lips. He'd seen this happen in a dozen towns during the past 20 years, gold towns and silver towns, tough trail towns where the hard cases were taking over. Usually they hanged the very bad, but invariably there were others caught in the net. Dazed men, at whom the finger of suspicion had only pointed, with unfortunate results. "Who's gonna push that box?" Simpson asked, his voice cracking slightly. "That's a hell of a job." Down the street, the vigilante committee had strung their rope over a protruding beam in an unfinished house at the corner. They'd gotten themselves a 4-foot square wooden packing case for a platform. This was the first official hanging in Roaring River, and they were making a show of it. Fenton was standing on the wooden case, saying something, but his words were lost in the distance. The boy's face was white as fresh snow, and his lips were moving in what might have been prayer or might have been protest. Didn't matter much either way now. A hush fell over the crowd. 3 men stood in a group directly across the street from the saloon, and Rip's attention fixed on them like a hawk spotting field mice. 2 of them he recognized from another mining camp up north. Men he remembered because they'd been chased out of town by a vigilante committee just like this one. George St. John was the tall one, angular as a scarecrow with red hair and huge flapping ears. His thin, bony nose gave him the look of a man who'd spent too much time sniffing around other people's business. He leaned against the wall of the barber shop with both hands stuck in his trouser pockets, shoulders hunched, as he stared at the young miner about to die. The second man, Burro Sam, was short and heavy-set, built like a bull with shoulders and arms that belonged on a gorilla. His pear-shaped head was covered with sparse brown hair, and he stood behind one of the posts supporting the awning over the board sidewalk. Rip could see Sam's mouth working, and once the squat man ran his fingers up toward his thick throat and caressed it nervously. It was a curious gesture, and it caught Rip's attention at once. The movement of a man who could feel a rope around his own neck. Fenton was a damn fool, Simpson muttered beside him. Why didn't he get rid of Halsey's bag? He might have known somebody would walk into his cabin any day and find it there. Rip nodded, but his mind was working. The case had been too easy, too clean. Ed Halsey murdered in his tent, his throat cut while he slept. 2 days later, Halsey's distinctive black leather poke discovered in Fenton's cabin. A dozen men had testified that the bag was Halsey's all right. They'd seen him with it plenty of times. But Fenton had seemed flabbergasted by the whole thing. He'd protested his innocence so hard and so desperately that it had convinced half the town of his guilt. Rip knew from long observation that an innocent man was more likely to act guilty when cornered than the actual culprit. A man with enough sand to slit another's throat in his sleep wouldn't flinch from the stares of his neighbors. "Who'll it be?" Simpson whispered. "I wouldn't have this thing on my mind. What if he didn't do it?" "Then he's about to pay for somebody else's crime," Rip said quietly. Across the street, George St. John had found Halsey's poke in Fenton's cabin. What were the odds of that? St. John, who'd been run out of that other mining camp where a similar murder had taken place. A miner found dead in his tent, his poke discovered in another man's cabin. The accused man had been hanged for it. There he goes. Simpson choked suddenly. A big miner in a red flannel shirt ran at the wooden case and hit it with his shoulder. The box flew out from under Fenton's feet, and the young man dropped, the rope snapping taut with a sound like a whip crack. The crowd released a collective sigh, part satisfaction, part relief that it was over. Some of the men started drifting away immediately, but others lingered, staring at the body as it swayed gently in the mountain breeze. Rip looked across the street again. Burro Sam was clutching at his throat with both hands, his face the color of old parchment. St. John's expression remained blank, but his hands seemed to be thrust deeper into his pockets, and there was a tightness around his pale blue eyes. "I need a drink," Simpson said, his voice barely above a whisper. Rip dropped his cigarette and ground it under his heel. "Make it 2." He turned and walked into the Red Lion, feeling the heavy weight of certainty settling in his chest like a stone. Something was wrong here, all right. Dead wrong. And young Hugh Fenton had just paid the price for it with his life. Inside the saloon, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and the smell of whiskey. A few miners had already drifted in, needing something to wash the taste of death from their mouths. They stood at the bar in small groups, talking in low voices, their eyes avoiding each other. Simpson pulled out a bottle of his best whiskey and poured 2 shots. His hands were shaking so badly that liquor slopped over the rim of the glasses. "To Hugh Fenton," Rip said quietly, raising his glass. "God rest his soul," Simpson whispered. They drank in silence, and Rip felt the whiskey burn all the way down. Outside, the crowd was breaking up, but the damage was done. The first blood had been spilled, and there would be more to follow. In a town like Roaring River, there always was. He set down his glass and walked over to his faro table, settling onto the lookout stool. There would be no gambling until evening. Right now these men only wanted to drink and forget what they'd just witnessed. But tonight, when the whiskey had dulled their consciences and loosened their tongues, he'd be ready to listen. And maybe, just maybe, he'd hear something that would make sense of young Fenton's death. Something that would put the real killer at the end of a rope where he belonged. Chapter 2. The afternoon sun slanted through the dusty windows of the Red Lion, casting long shadows across the worn plank floor. Rip Campbell sat at his faro table, dealing out practice hands to an empty chair, his movements automatic while his mind worked over the morning's events like a dog worrying a bone. The saloon had filled up some since the hanging. Men drifted in and out, most ordering whiskey and drinking it fast, as if they could wash away what they'd witnessed. The talk was subdued, punctuated by nervous laughter that didn't quite ring true. "Damn shame about young Fenton," said a voice behind him. Rip turned to see Doc Brennan, the town's only physician, pulling out a chair at the neighboring poker table. The doc was a lean, weathered man with kind eyes and steady hands, the sort who'd seen enough death to know the difference between justice and murder. "You think it was justice, Doc?" Rip asked, not looking up from his cards. Brennan ordered a whiskey from Simpson and considered the question. "I think it was quick. Whether it was right." He shrugged. "That's between Fenton and his maker now. You examine Halsey's body. What was left of it? Throat cut clean, probably while he was sleeping. Whoever did it knew what they were doing." The doc's voice dropped. "But I'll tell you something that's been bothering me. Halsey was a careful man. Never went to sleep without his gun under his pillow. Yet there was no sign of a struggle, no defensive wounds on his hands." Rip dealt another hand, his gray eyes thoughtful. "Like he knew whoever killed him." "That's what I'm thinking. But the Vigilance Committee wasn't interested in my theories. They had their evidence. Halsey's poke in Fenton's cabin. Case closed." Through the window, Rip could see the crowd still gathered around the hanging tree. Some folks were already cutting off pieces of the rope for souvenirs. He'd seen it before, the way a town could turn a man's death into entertainment, a story to tell their grandchildren. "You know those 3 men who were standing across the street?" Rip asked. "The tall redhead and his companions?" Doc Brennan followed his gaze. "St. John and his bunch. They showed up about 2 weeks ago, right after we had that big gold strike up on Willow Creek. Funny how men like that always seem to appear when there's money to be made." "What do you know about them?" "Not much. St. John claims to be a mining engineer, but I've never seen him near a claim. The fat one, Burro Sam, says he's a prospector, but his hands are too soft for pick and shovel work. The third one, Lyman Wilkes, doesn't pretend to be anything but what he is." "Which is?" "A killer. I've patched up 2 men who got on his bad side. Both of them were lucky to live." Rip studied the 3 men through the window. They were still standing in the same spot, like vultures waiting for the carrion to ripen. St. John was talking to a group of miners, his gestures animated, his voice carrying across the street, even though Rip couldn't make out the words. "They seem mighty interested in our hanging," Rip observed. "They were real helpful during the investigation, too," Doc Brennan said with a bitter edge to his voice. "St. John was the one who found Halsey's poke. Just walked into Fenton's cabin to borrow some coffee, and there it was, sitting on the table plain as day. Convenient. Damn convenient. Almost like someone wanted it to be found." A commotion outside drew their attention. A young cowboy had ridden up to the crowd, his horse lathered with sweat. Even from inside the saloon, Rip could see he was upset about something. The kid dismounted and pushed through the crowd, his voice raised in angry protest. "That's Bobby Stone," Doc Brennan said. "Good kid, but he's got a temper like his daddy used to have." The name hit Rip like a physical blow. Stone. He set down his cards and looked more carefully at the young man. The resemblance was there if you knew what to look for. The same lean build, the same stubborn set to the jaw, the same way of moving like he was ready to fight the whole world. "You knew his father?" Doc Brennan asked, noticing Rip's reaction. "Buck Stone. We had some business together years back." Rip's voice was carefully neutral. "Thought the name sounded familiar." "Buck's boy, all right." Got the same fire in his belly, same sense of right and wrong. Sometimes I wonder if that's a blessing or a curse in a place like this. Outside, Bobby Stone was shouting at the crowd, his face red with anger. Hugh Fenton wouldn't hurt a fly. You all know that. This is wrong, and you damn well know it. Some of the miners shuffled their feet and looked away, but others shouted back. Evidence don't lie, boy. Your friend was a murderer. Justice has been served. St. John stepped forward, his voice calm and reasonable. Now, son, I understand you're upset. Fenton was your friend. But the law's the law, and we had to. The law. Bobby's voice cracked like a whip. What law? You strung up an innocent man based on a bag of gold that could have been planted by anybody. That's a serious accusation, St. John said, his pale eyes narrowing. I hope you're not suggesting that anyone on the Vigilance Committee. I'm suggesting maybe you didn't look hard enough for the real killer. Bobby shot back. Maybe you were in too much of a hurry to hang somebody. The crowd was getting ugly now, voices rising, hands moving toward gun butts. Rip stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. Through the window, he could see Burro Sam edging closer to Bobby, his thick fingers flexing. Kid's got sand, Doc Brennan murmured. But he's about to get himself killed. Maybe we should? Before Rip could finish the sentence, Lyman Wilkes stepped out of the crowd. He was a medium-sized man with cold, dark eyes and a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. His hand rested on the butt of his gun, and his voice cut through the noise like a blade. Boy, you're starting to sound like you might know something about this murder. Maybe you and Fenton were partners. Maybe we should be asking you some questions. The crowd fell silent. Bobby's face went pale, but he didn't back down. I don't know nothing about any murder, except that you hanged the wrong man. That's what a guilty man would say, Wilkes said softly. Maybe we should search your place, see what we find. You try it, Bobby said, his hand dropping to his own gun. I'm not Hugh Fenton. I won't go quiet. The tension stretched tight as a fiddle string. Rip could see it in the way the crowd shifted, the way hands moved toward weapons. In another few seconds, this was going to turn into a bloodbath. Then St. John raised his hand, his voice cutting through the silence. Now, boys, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Young Stone here is upset about his friend, and that's natural. But making wild accusations won't bring Hugh back. He turned to Bobby, his expression almost fatherly. Son, I know you're hurting. But you need to accept that justice has been done. Fenton was caught with stolen goods, and he paid the price. That's the end of it. Like hell it is, Bobby said, but some of the fire had gone out of his voice. He was outnumbered 50-1, and even his courage had limits. You'd be wise to let this go, St. John said quietly. Roaring River's a dangerous place for men who ask too many questions. Accidents happen. The threat was delivered with a smile, but Bobby heard it clearly enough. He looked around at the crowd, at the faces staring back at him with a mixture of hostility and fear. Then he turned and walked back to his horse, his shoulders stiff with anger and defeat. Smart boy, Wilkes said, loud enough for everyone to hear. Knows when to quit. But Rip could see the look in Bobby's eyes as he mounted up. Buck Stone's son wasn't quitting. He was just getting started. As the crowd began to disperse, Rip caught sight of Burro Sam again. The fat man was still standing by the barber shop, but now he was staring at the hanging tree with an expression of pure terror on his face. His lips were moving, and Rip could just make out the words he was repeating over and over. It ain't over. It ain't over. Sam's thick fingers were clutching at his throat again, and there was something in his eyes that Rip recognized. The look of a man who knew he was living on borrowed time. Doc, Rip said quietly, what do you know about that other mining camp? The one where St. John and his friends came from? Doc Brennan's face darkened. Not much. Just rumors. But I heard there was a similar murder up there about 6 months ago. Miner found dead in his tent, throat cut. They hanged a man for it. They catch the right man. That's what they said. But the town died, anyway. Everybody pulled up stakes and left. Funny how that happens sometimes. Rip nodded, his mind working. A pattern was emerging, one that made his blood run cold. He'd seen it before in other towns. A series of murders, convenient evidence, quick hangings. And in the aftermath, the real killers would clean up, taking what they wanted before moving on to the next camp. Doc, I think we might have a problem. What kind of problem? The kind that ends with more good men dancing at the end of a rope. Outside, the afternoon shadows were growing longer, and the crowd around the hanging tree was finally starting to thin out. But Rip could still see St. John and his companions, standing in the same spot, watching everything with the patience of professional hunters. They weren't going anywhere, and neither was the killing. Chapter 3. Pour me another, and make it a double. Simpson looked up from wiping down glasses, his round face still pale from the morning's excitement. You sure about that, Rip? It's barely past noon. I'm sure. Rip pushed his empty glass across the bar. And leave the bottle. The fat bartender shrugged and complied, setting the whiskey bottle within easy reach. The Red Lion was quieter now, most of the miners having drifted back to their claims or to other saloons where the talk wasn't quite so heavy with the smell of death. Can't stop thinking about it, Simpson said, resuming his nervous glass polishing. The way that boy's eyes went wide when they put the rope around his neck. Like he couldn't believe it was really happening. Maybe because it shouldn't have been. You think he was innocent? Rip took a slow sip of whiskey, letting it burn away the taste of doubt. I think somebody wanted Ed Halsey dead, and they needed a fall guy. Fenton was convenient. But the evidence was too damn clean. Rip set down his glass with a sharp click. You ever know a guilty man to leave stolen goods sitting on his table where any fool could find them? Hell, Simpson, you've seen enough thieves come through here. They don't advertise their crimes. The bartender's hands stilled on the glass he was holding. You're saying somebody planted that poke? I'm saying it's possible. More than possible. Jesus. Simpson's voice dropped to a whisper. If you're right, then we just watched an innocent man hang. Wouldn't be the first time. Won't be the last. The saloon doors swung open, letting in a shaft of bright sunlight, along with the sound of boots on the boardwalk. Rip glanced up, expecting to see another thirsty miner, but instead found himself looking at a thin, nervous man with thinning hair and ink-stained fingers. Mr. Campbell. The man approached the bar, hesitantly. I'm Henry Morse, from the Roaring River Clarion. I wonder if I might have a word with you. Rip studied the newspaperman with flat gray eyes. About what? The hanging this morning. I'm writing a story about it, and I heard you might have some interesting perspectives on the evidence. Did you now? And who might have told you that? Morse fidgeted with his hat brim. Well, I couldn't say exactly. But there's talk around town that you've seen this sort of thing before. Other mining camps, other questionable executions. Simpson moved down the bar, suddenly very interested in organizing his bottles. Smart man. In a town like Roaring River, being too curious about the wrong things could get you measured for a pine box. What kind of story are you planning to write, Morse? The truth, Mr. Campbell. Just the truth. The truth can be a dangerous thing in a place like this. Maybe. But it's my job. Rip poured another whiskey, considering the man standing before him. Morse was scared, that was obvious enough. His hands shook slightly, and there was sweat on his forehead despite the cool mountain air. But he was here, asking questions that could get him killed. That took a certain kind of courage. "Tell me about the investigation," Rip said finally. Morse pulled out a small notebook, his fingers fumbling with the pages. Well, there wasn't much of one, to be honest. Halsey was found Tuesday morning with his throat cut. The Vigilance Committee was formed that same day, and they found the poke in Fenton's cabin Wednesday afternoon. Who found it? George St. John. He said he went to Fenton's place to borrow some coffee beans, and there it was, sitting right on the table. And Fenton claimed he'd never seen it before. Said somebody must have put it there while he was working his claim. But who was going to believe that? Rip nodded slowly. What about Halsey's tent? They find anything there? Not much. Some blood on his blankets, signs of a struggle. But here's the thing, Morse leaned closer, his voice dropping. I talked to Pete Garrison, the man who found the body. He said Halsey's tent flap was tied shut from the outside. Come again? The ties were on the outside of the tent, like somebody had sealed it up after the murder. But if Halsey was killed in his sleep, why would the killer bother with that? Rip felt a cold certainty settling in his chest. Unless he wanted to make sure the body wasn't found too soon. Give himself time to plant the evidence. That's what I was thinking. But when I tried to talk to Garrison again yesterday, he'd changed his story. Said he wasn't sure about the tent ties after all. Said maybe he'd been mistaken. Somebody got to him. That's what I figure. Same thing happened with Tom Bradley. He was the one who found the poke in Fenton's cabin, along with St. John. First time I talked to him, he said it was strange that the poke was sitting right out in the open. Said it seemed almost like it was meant to be found. But by Thursday, he was singing a different tune. Morse closed his notebook and looked around the saloon nervously. Mr. Campbell, I think there's something rotten about this whole business. But I'm just one man, and I don't have any proof. If you know something. I know you're walking a dangerous line, Morse. Men have died for asking fewer questions than you're asking. Maybe. But I can't just sit by and watch innocent people hang. You think there'll be more hangings? Don't you? Before Rip could answer, the saloon doors swung open again. This time, it was George St. John who entered, his red hair catching the light like copper wire. He surveyed the room with those pale blue eyes, taking in Rip at the bar, Simpson behind it, and the nervous newspaperman standing between them. Afternoon, gentlemen, St. John said, his voice carrying that same reasonable tone Rip had heard outside. Beautiful day, isn't it? Nothing like a little justice to clear the air. Morse went white as a sheet. Mr. St. John, I was just having a drink with our professional gambler here. Nothing wrong with that. St. John approached the bar with easy, confident strides. Simpson, I'll have a beer. And whatever Mr. Campbell is drinking. I can buy my own whiskey, Rip said quietly. I'm sure you can. But I insist. Call it a gesture of goodwill between newcomers to our fair town. St. John's smile was warm and friendly, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those remained cold and calculating, like a snake studying a mouse. He accepted his beer from Simpson and took a long drink, never taking his gaze off Rip. I understand you've been asking questions about our recent unpleasantness, St. John said. News travels fast. In a small town like this, it does. Makes a man wonder what sort of answers you're looking for. The true ones. Truth is what we saw with our own eyes. Ed Halsey murdered in his bed, his gold found in Hugh Fenton's cabin. Case closed. Maybe. Or Maybe somebody wanted it to look that way. St. John's expression didn't change, but Rip caught the slight tightening around his eyes. That's a serious accusation, Mr. Campbell. I hope you're not suggesting that the Vigilance Committee made an error. I'm suggesting that rushing to judgment can lead to mistakes. And I'm suggesting that men who ask too many questions sometimes find answers they don't like. The threat hung in the air between them like smoke. Morse had gone even paler, if that were possible, and was edging toward the door. Simpson had found something fascinating about the far end of the bar and was determinedly ignoring the conversation. Is that what happened to Pete Garrison? Rip asked. And Tom Bradley? They find answers they didn't like. I wouldn't know what you're talking about. Sure you would. You're the one who convinced them to change their stories. St. John set down his beer glass with deliberate care. Mr. Campbell, I think you might be letting your imagination run away with you. This is a peaceful town, and we intend to keep it that way. Men who disturb that peace, well, they sometimes find themselves unwelcome. And men who ask questions about convenient murders sometimes find themselves facing similar accusations. The implication was clear as mountain air. Keep pushing, and you'll end up like Fenton. Rip had heard the same threat in a dozen different towns, delivered by a dozen different men. The words changed, but the meaning was always the same: back off or die. I appreciate the warning, Rip said. But I've never been good at taking advice. That's unfortunate. For you. St. John finished his beer and tossed a coin on the bar. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Mr. Morse, I hope you'll remember our conversation when you write your story. We wouldn't want any misunderstandings. He touched his hat brim and walked toward the door, his boots clicking on the wooden floor. But just before he reached the entrance, he paused and turned back. Oh, and Mr. Campbell, you might want to be careful walking home tonight. The streets can be dangerous after dark, especially for men who don't know when to mind their own business. With that, he pushed through the doors and was gone, leaving behind the smell of bay rum and the lingering echo of his threat. Morse was shaking now, his notebook clutched against his chest like a shield. Jesus Christ, what have I gotten myself into? The same thing Hugh Fenton got into, Rip said grimly. Only difference is, you still have time to get out of it. And if I don't, then you better hope you're a better shot than you are a reporter. Morse stumbled toward the door, his face the color of old parchment. I need to think about this. I need to? His words were cut off by the sound of gunfire from somewhere outside. 3 shots fired in rapid succession, followed by shouting and the sound of running feet. Rip was already moving toward the door, his hand instinctively checking the Colt at his hip. Whatever was happening out there, he had a feeling it was connected to the morning's hanging and the threats that had just been made. Chapter 4. Get away from me. The voice came from the street, high and panicked. Rip pushed through the Red Lion's batwing doors and stepped onto the boardwalk, his hand still resting on his gun butt. The afternoon sun hit him like a slap, and it took a moment for his eyes to adjust. A crowd had gathered near the general store, their faces turned toward a young cowboy who was backing away from something with his hands raised. Even from 50 yards away, Rip could see the fear in the kid's posture. Bobby Stone, Simpson breathed behind him. What the hell's he doing now? Rip moved down the boardwalk, staying in the shadows of the awnings. The crowd was thick enough that he could get close without being noticed, and he wanted to hear what was happening before he decided whether to get involved. I ain't done nothing wrong, Bobby was saying, his voice cracking with strain. You got no call to. Shut your mouth, boy. That was Lyman Wilkes, St. John's hired gun. He was standing about 10 feet from Bobby, his hand hovering near his pistol. "You've been running that mouth of yours all day, stirring up trouble." "I was just asking questions." "Wrong questions. About the wrong people." Rip edged closer, using the crowd for cover. He could see Bobby's face now, and the resemblance to Buck Stone was even stronger than he'd realized. The same stubborn jaw, the same green eyes that blazed with righteous anger even when faced with death. "You boys got a problem here?" The voice came from behind Rip, and he turned to see a tall, lean man with prematurely gray hair and a marshal's badge pinned to his vest. Marshal Wade Brennan, Doc Brennan's younger brother, if Rip remembered correctly. "No problem, Marshal," Wilkes said, his voice smooth as silk. "Just having a conversation with young Stone here about the importance of accepting justice when it's been served." "Justice?" Bobby's voice rose to a near shout. "You call murdering an innocent man justice?" "Easy, son," Marshal Brennan said, moving between Bobby and Wilkes. "No need for harsh words." "There's every need." Bobby's face was flushed with anger. "They hanged Hugh Fenton for something he didn't do, and now they're threatening anybody who asks questions about it. That's a serious accusation." Brennan's voice was carefully neutral. "You have proof of these threats?" "I?" Bobby's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. "I know what I heard." "Hearsay won't hold up in court, boy," Wilkes said with a cold smile. "But spreading lies about upstanding citizens, that's slander. A man could get in real trouble for that." Rip had heard enough. He stepped out of the crowd, his movements casual and unhurried. "Afternoon, Marshal." "Gentlemen." All eyes turned to him, and Rip could see the flicker of recognition in Bobby's face. The kid had seen him at the hanging, probably wondered who he was and why he'd been watching so intently. "Mr. Campbell," Marshal Brennan nodded. "You witness whatever happened here?" "Just came out to see what the shooting was about," Rip said. "Heard gunfire from the saloon." "Gunfire?" Brennan's eyebrows rose. "I didn't hear any." "Must have been firecrackers," Wilkes interrupted smoothly. "Some of the boys celebrating the successful conclusion of our justice proceedings." Rip's eyes met Wilkes, and he saw the challenge there. The gunman was daring him to contradict the lie, to make something of it. But Rip had been in too many tight spots to be drawn into a gunfight over a bluff. "Could be," he said mildly. "Sound carries funny in these mountains." "Indeed it does," Wilkes agreed. "A man might hear all sorts of things that aren't really there." The crowd was beginning to disperse, the entertainment value of the confrontation fading. But Bobby Stone hadn't moved, his fists clenched at his sides, his whole body vibrating with suppressed rage. "This ain't over," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "No," Wilkes agreed. "It's not. But it will be, boy. Sooner than you think." He turned and walked away, his spurs jingling softly on the hard-packed dirt. Marshal Brennan watched him go, then looked back at Bobby with troubled eyes. "Son, you need to be careful. These are dangerous times, and dangerous men don't take kindly to being challenged. So I should just keep my mouth shut while they murder innocent people? I'm saying you should think before you speak, and maybe consider that there might be things you don't understand about this situation." Bobby stared at him for a long moment, then shook his head in disgust. "I understand plenty, Marshal. More than I want to." He stalked away toward the livery stable, his shoulders stiff with anger. Rip watched him go, then noticed that Marshal Brennan was studying him with curious eyes. "You know that boy?" Brennan asked. "Know his family," Rip said carefully. "Good people. Maybe you could talk to him. He's heading for trouble, and I'd hate to see him end up like his friend." "I'll think about it." Brennan nodded and walked away, leaving Rip alone on the boardwalk. The afternoon was wearing on, and the shadows were growing longer. Soon it would be evening, and the saloons would fill up with miners looking to wash the day's dust from their throats. But first, he had some thinking to do. He walked back to the Red Lion, but instead of going inside, he circled around to the alley behind the building. There was a small storage shed back there, and a pile of empty whiskey barrels that provided decent cover. He settled down behind them and pulled out his tobacco pouch. The cigarette paper crackled as he rolled it, and the sulfur match flared bright in the gathering shadows. He took a long drag and let the smoke drift from his nostrils, thinking about young Bobby Stone and the fire in his eyes. Buck Stone had looked just like that, 20 years ago in a different town. Same stubborn courage, same refusal to back down from a fight. It had gotten Buck killed in the end, shot in the back by a man who didn't have the guts to face him head-on. And now Buck's son was walking the same path, asking the same dangerous questions that had gotten his father murdered. "Damn," Rip muttered, taking another drag from his cigarette. He was still sitting there, wrestling with his conscience, when he heard footsteps in the alley. He peered around the edge of the barrels and saw a familiar figure approaching, short, thick-set, with a pear-shaped head and sparse brown hair. Burro Sam. The man was walking unsteadily, like he'd been drinking, and he was talking to himself in a low, worried voice. Rip strained to hear the words, but they were too indistinct to make out. Sam stopped about 20 feet away, near the back door of the Red Lion. He looked around nervously, then pulled out a bottle and took a long drink. The whiskey seemed to steady him some, but his free hand kept going to his throat, fingers caressing the soft flesh there. "Should have kept riding," Sam muttered, his voice finally clear enough for Rip to understand. "Should have kept riding after Deadwood. But George, he said this would be easy. Said one more job, and we'd have enough to retire." Rip went very still. Deadwood. Another mining town. Another convenient murder. The pieces were falling into place. "But that damn kid keeps asking questions," Sam continued, taking another drink. "And now that gambler's sniffing around too. George says not to worry, but I seen that look before. When a man starts putting things together." He shuddered and took another drink, then started walking again. But he'd only gone a few steps when he stopped abruptly, his whole body going rigid. "Hugh?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Hugh, that you?" Rip felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Sam was staring at something in the shadows near the back of the building, his face white with terror. "I didn't want to do it," Sam said, his voice rising to a whine. "George made me. Said if I didn't help plant that poke, he'd tell everyone about what happened in Deadwood. I had to do it, Hugh. I had to." The bottle slipped from Sam's fingers and shattered on the ground, whiskey splashing across the dirt. But the man didn't seem to notice. He was backing away from whatever he thought he was seeing, his hands raised defensively. "Please, Hugh. I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry." That's when Rip decided to have a little fun. He'd learned the trick from an old carnival performer in Kansas City, how to throw his voice, make it seem like the words were coming from somewhere else. It had come in handy more than once during his gambling career, especially when he needed to distract an opponent or create a diversion. "Why did you let them hang me, Sam?" The voice seemed to come from the shadows near the building, thin and ghostly. "Why didn't you tell the truth?" Sam let out a strangled cry and stumbled backward, nearly falling over his own feet. "I wanted to. I swear to God, Hugh, I wanted to tell them it was all a lie. But you didn't. George would have killed me. You know how he is. And now you'll never have any peace. Never." Sam was blubbering now, tears streaming down his fat cheeks. "What do you want? What do you want from me?" "Justice, Sam. Justice for an innocent man." I can't. If I tell them what really happened, George will. George is going to kill you anyway. You know too much. You're a liability. Sam's face went even whiter, if that were possible. No. No, he wouldn't. We're partners. Like you were partners with Hugh Fenton. That did it. Sam turned and ran, his boots splashing through the spilled whiskey as he fled down the alley. Rip could hear him sobbing as he ran, the sound fading as he disappeared into the growing darkness. Rip finished his cigarette and ground it under his heel. He'd learned what he needed to know. Burro Sam was ready to crack, and when he did, the whole conspiracy would come tumbling down. Chapter 5. What in God's name did you say to him? Rip Campbell pushed through the batwing doors, the alley's gloom clinging to him like a shroud. He walked to the bar where Simpson stood, a wet rag forgotten in his hand, his face a mask of bewildered curiosity. The saloon was mostly empty now, the last of the ghouls who'd watched the hanging, having drunk their fill of whiskey and morbid satisfaction. I didn't say anything to him, Rip said, his voice flat. He slid onto a stool. He was talking to a ghost. Simpson's fleshy face puckered. A ghost? You mean Fenton? Seemed to think so. A man with a guilty conscience will see phantoms in every shadow. Rip nodded toward the bottle. Leave it. He poured a finger of whiskey, the amber liquid catching the lamplight. He'd barely raised the glass when the doors swung open again, this time with a purpose that made the hinges groan. George St. John stepped in, his scarecrow frame filling the doorway. Behind him, silent as a stray dog, came Lyman Wilkes. Wilkes's eyes, small and dark like buckshot, swept the room once, cataloging the exits, the faces, the hands. They came to rest on Rip and stayed there. St. John strode to the bar, stopping a few feet from Rip. He didn't look at him, addressing Simpson instead. My associate, Mr. Sam, seemed to have left in a hurry. You happen to see which way he went? His tone was casual, but there was a wire-taut tension beneath it. He ran out the back, Simpson stammered, his gaze flicking nervously from St. John to Rip. Looked like he'd seen the devil himself. Did he now? St. John finally turned his head, his pale blue eyes fixing on Rip. He smiled, a thin, bloodless affair. A man sees all sorts of things in a town like this. Fear can play tricks on the mind. Makes a man hear things, too. Voices, even. Rip took a slow sip of his whiskey, meeting the man's gaze over the rim of his glass. Some men have more to be afraid of than others. That's a fact, St. John agreed, his smile widening a fraction. He leaned an elbow on the bar, a picture of relaxation that fooled no one. Take you, for instance, Mr. Campbell. A man of your talents. A professional gambler. A man who keeps to himself. That kind of man, he makes people curious. They wonder where he came from. They wonder what his game is. My game is faro, Rip said. It's written right on the table. Is it? St. John chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. I think you play more than one game. I think you play with people. I saw you watching the hanging this morning. Not like the others, not with any kind of morbid thrill. You were watching the crowd. Watching me. He paused, letting the accusation hang in the air. Now, why would a man do that? A gambler learns to read the players, not just the cards, Rip said. It pays to know who's bluffing. Lyman Wilkes shifted his weight, the leather of his gun belt creaking. It was the only sound in the saloon for a long moment. He hadn't moved closer, but his presence felt like a physical weight, a promise of violence held in reserve. Rip knew the type. Wilkes wasn't a brawler or a drunk who shot up saloons. He was a businessman, and his business was killing. He'd be patient, wait for the right moment, for the odds to be in his favor. He wouldn't draw unless he was sure he could finish it. You see, St. John continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur, the thing about this town, Mr. Campbell, is that we value our peace. We had a problem, a man who murdered his partner for a poke of gold. We dealt with it. Swiftly. Cleanly. The matter is closed. We don't appreciate men who come along and try to pry it back open. A man was hanged, Rip said, his voice level. That's not something you can close like a book. Oh, I think you can. St. John's hand dropped from the bar and casually brushed against the butt of his own pistol. It wasn't a threat, not yet. It was a reminder. Sometimes you have to. For the good of the community. Men who can't accept that, well, they become a problem themselves. He straightened up, his friendly demeanor evaporating like mist in the sun. I hear you had a talk with our local newspaperman, Mr. Morse. Filled his head with all sorts of foolish notions. The man asked questions. I gave him answers. The wrong answers. St. John took a step closer, invading Rip's space. The smell of bay rum and stale sweat filled the air. You're a clever man, Campbell. I'll give you that. That trick with the voice. I'd wager that's not the first time you've used it to rattle a man. So he knew. Or he'd guessed. It didn't matter. The pretense was over. A man who's easily rattled probably has a good reason, Rip said, not moving a muscle. He kept his hands on the bar, one holding his glass, the other resting near the bottle. In plain sight. Maybe. St. John's eyes were hard now, all trace of civility gone. Or maybe he just doesn't like being made a fool of. My friends and I, we don't like being made fools of. It's bad for business. He leaned in, his voice a low hiss. You're a long way from home, gambler. No friends. No allies. Just a deck of cards and a clever tongue. In a town like this, that's not enough to keep you alive if you make the wrong enemies. Rip finished his whiskey and set the glass down on the bar with a quiet click. He looked past St. John at Lyman Wilkes, who stood motionless by the door. Wilkes's face was a blank slate, his eyes empty of everything but a cold, professional calm. He was waiting for the signal. One word from St. John, and he would draw. Is that what this is? Rip asked, his voice soft. You telling me I've made an enemy? I'm telling you that you're close, St. John corrected. Real close. I'm giving you a chance to walk away. Pack your cards, take your winnings, and ride out. Find another town, another game. Forget you ever saw Roaring River. Forget the name Hugh Fenton. And if I don't? St. John smiled again, and this time it was all teeth. Then your luck is about to run out. He held Rip's gaze for a heartbeat longer, then turned on his heel. Lyman. Let's go. We need to find our lost sheep. Wilkes gave a curt nod, his eyes never leaving Rip. As he turned to follow St. John, his hand brushed against a stack of poker chips on a nearby table. A single blue chip clattered to the floor, rolling in a lazy circle before coming to a stop near the toe of Rip's boot. It was a small thing, a clumsy accident, but Rip knew it was no accident at all. It was a message. A marker. He watched them push through the doors and disappear into the night. The saloon was silent again. Save for the sound of Simpson letting out a breath he seemed to have been holding for the last 5 minutes. Jesus, Rip, the bartender whispered, his voice shaky. I thought he was going to kill you right here. Not his style, Rip said, his eyes on the blue chip. He'd want it to look legal. Or at least justified. He pushed himself off the stool and tossed a coin on the bar. That should cover the bottle. He walked to the door, his mind working. St. John had overplayed his hand. He'd confirmed everything Rip suspected. Now it wasn't just about justice for a dead man. It was about survival. He stepped out onto the boardwalk, the cool night air a welcome relief. The street was dark, the moon hidden behind a bank of clouds. He turned toward his hotel, his boots echoing on the wooden planks. He'd only taken 10 steps when he felt it, a subtle shift in the shadows across the street, the feeling of eyes on his back. He didn't stop, didn't turn his head. He kept walking, his pace steady, his hand hovering near the Colt at his hip. They hadn't even waited. The threat in the saloon was just the overture. This was the main performance. He reached the corner, the darkness of the side street looming before him. He could turn toward the lights and safety of the hotel, or he could turn into the alley. He thought of Bobby Stone, of the promise he'd made to a ghost in an alleyway. He turned into the alley. Chapter 6. Looking for a shortcut, friend. The voice slid out of the darkness from a deep doorway, thick with false friendliness. Rip didn't stop walking, his pace unchanged. The alley was a narrow channel between the high, false-fronted buildings, smelling of stale beer and rain-soaked dust. The moon was gone, and the only light was a pale spill from a saloon window 100 yards behind him. "Aren't we all?" Rip answered, his voice calm. He could see the man now, a blocky shape detaching itself from the deeper shadows. Another shape materialized from behind a stack of rain barrels up ahead, cutting off the path. 2 of them. Not Wilkes. Not St. John. These were the hired help, the kind of men who were paid by the day and weren't worth much more. "This alley's closed tonight," said the man in front. He was big, carrying his weight in his belly, and held a short-barreled shotgun at his side, pointed at the ground but ready. "Private party." "I didn't get an invitation," Rip said, finally stopping. He stood in the middle of the alley, halfway between them. His hands were empty, hanging loose at his sides. "You're the guest of honor," said the first man, the one behind him. He chuckled, a low, ugly sound. "Mr. St. John, he's worried about your health. Thinks you're working too hard. Needs a rest." "That's considerate of him." Rip's eyes darted around the alley. Crates, barrels, a broken wagon wheel. Nothing he could use. The walls were sheer planks on either side. It was a perfect trap. The man with the shotgun took a step forward. "He just wants us to talk to you. Persuade you to take a little trip. See, the thing is, we ain't as polite as Mr. St. John. Our talking, it tends to leave bruises." Rip gave them a thin smile. "I've always been a poor listener." He saw the shotgunner's knuckles whiten as he tightened his grip. The man behind him was pulling a pistol. They were confident. 2 against 1 in a dark alley. The odds were good. But they were saloon toughs, not gunmen. They expected fear, a plea. They didn't expect a man to stand there and smile at them. It threw off their rhythm. "Last chance gambler," the shotgunner growled. "You leaving town on your own 2 feet, or in a pine box?" Rip's smile vanished. "You boys made a mistake." "Yeah. What's that?" "You got too close." Before the man could process the words, Rip moved. He didn't draw his gun. Instead, he dropped to one knee and swept his left leg out, hooking the shotgunner's ankle. The big man was slow, his balance already compromised by his gut. He went down with a surprised grunt, the shotgun clattering on the hard-packed earth. The man behind him fired his pistol, but he was aiming at where Rip had been standing. The shot boomed in the narrow space, the bullet splintering wood a foot over Rip's head. Rip was already rolling, his hand closing around the fallen shotgun. He came up on his other knee, the twin barrels of the scattergun staring into the darkness. He didn't aim at either man. He aimed at the wall just above the second man's head. He pulled both triggers. The roar was deafening, a physical blow that shook the alley. Buckshot ripped through the dry, weathered planks of the general store's rear wall, punching a hole the size of a dinner plate. From inside the store came the crash of falling shelves, the tinkle of broken glass, and then a man's startled yell. The two ambushers froze, their confidence shattered by the sheer, unexpected violence of the noise and destruction. They hadn't counted on this. A gunfight was one thing. This was something else. This was loud. This was messy. This would bring the whole town running. "Drop it," Rip said, his voice cutting through the ringing in their ears. He was on his feet now, his own Colt in his hand, the shotgun discarded. The man with the pistol, his ears still ringing, let his gun fall to the dirt. The big man on the ground just stared at the smoking holes in the wall, his face slack with shock. "Now get out of here," Rip said. "Tell St. John his message wasn't delivered." They didn't need to be told twice. The big man scrambled to his feet, and they both fled, stumbling over each other to get out of the alley and disappear into the night. Lights were coming on in windows now. Shouts echoed from the main street. Rip didn't wait around. He slipped out the far end of the alley, circled around behind the livery, and came up on the back of his hotel without anyone seeing him. He took the rear stairs to the second floor, his heart hammering not from fear, but from a cold, familiar anger. He let himself into his room and bolted the door. It was small, containing a bed, a washstand, and a single chair. He poured water from the pitcher into the basin and splashed it on his face. In the dim, wavering lamplight, the face that looked back at him from the small, cracked mirror was a stranger's. Older. Harder. It wasn't the face of the young man who had left Lewistown, Montana, 10 years ago. He sank into the chair, the adrenaline slowly draining away, leaving behind a hollow ache. He hadn't thought of Lewistown in years. He'd buried it, packed it away like an old suit he never meant to wear again. But seeing Bobby Stone had exhumed it all. Buck Stone. God, they had been friends. Closer than brothers. They'd ridden into Lewistown together with less than $5 between them, full of the kind of stupid courage only youth can afford. Buck was all fire and laughter, a man who felt everything twice as hard as anyone else. He could fight like a demon and drink like a fish, but he had a core of decency that was unshakable. He was the best friend Rip ever had. And then there was Marta. Marta Evans. She wasn't a saloon girl or a rancher's daughter. Her father was the town assayer, a quiet, educated man from the East. Marta had his intelligence and a beauty that was clean and honest, like a spring morning. Her hair was the color of dark honey, and her eyes were a shade of green that reminded Rip of new leaves. When she laughed, a man forgot all his troubles. Both he and Buck had fallen for her the moment they saw her helping her father in his office. And for a while, it had been fine. The three of them were inseparable. They'd go on picnics up in the mountains, ride along the river. It was a perfect, fragile triangle. But triangles have sharp corners. Rip remembered the night it all broke. A dance at the town hall. He'd seen the way Buck looked at her when they waltzed, a desperate, hungry look. And he'd seen the way Marta looked at Buck, with a tenderness that was more than friendship. Later, standing on the porch under a sky full of stars, Rip had asked her to walk with him. "I can't, Rip," she'd said, her voice soft, her eyes full of a sad apology. "Buck's waiting." It was as simple as that. He hadn't fought it. He hadn't made a scene. He just nodded, smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and watched her walk back inside to the man she loved. He knew then that he couldn't stay. To stay would be to watch their happiness every day, and the friendship would curdle into jealousy and resentment. He loved them both too much for that. 2 weeks later, he packed his saddlebags. "You're just leaving?" Buck had demanded, his face a mixture of confusion and hurt. "Just like that. Where are you going?" South, Rip had said. Tucson, maybe. Feel like my luck's run out here. That's a damn lie, Rip, and you know it. Buck knew, of course. He wasn't a fool. It's Marta, isn't it? It's everything, Rip had answered, swinging up onto his horse. He couldn't bring himself to say her name. You be good to her, you hear me? She's the best thing that ever happened to you. Rip don't. But he had ridden out, not looking back. He'd heard a year later that they were married. And then, another year after that, he'd heard Buck was dead. Shot in the back over a mining claim dispute. He'd never known if they had a child. Until today. Bobby Stone. He had Buck's stubborn fire, the same way of standing up for what he thought was right, no matter the odds. But his eyes, those were Marta's. The same clear, honest green. He was their son. The living, breathing legacy of the two people Rip had left behind. And now, he was in the crosshairs of men like St. John. A boy with more courage than sense, about to get himself killed for the same reasons his father had: honor, loyalty, and a refusal to back down. Rip stood up and walked to the window, pushing aside the thin curtain. Down below, Roaring River was quiet, the lights in the saloons extinguished one by one. But the quiet was a lie. It was the quiet of a coiled snake. He had run from this once before. He had walked away from Lewistown to avoid a fight he knew he couldn't win without destroying everything he cared about. He wouldn't run again. He couldn't. Not when Marta's son was the one who needed help. The debt was too old, the interest compounded by 10 years of lonely nights and poker games with strangers. He turned from the window, his mind made up. The internal conflict was over, replaced by a cold, clear purpose. He picked up his Colt from the bed, broke it down with practiced efficiency, and began to clean it, the scent of gun oil filling the small room. First thing in the morning, he would find Bobby Stone. He would offer him a grub stake, a partnership, anything to get him out from under St. John's shadow. He owed it to Buck. He owed it to Marta. Chapter 7. You looking for a fight, or just breakfast? The question came from a corner table in Miller's Eatery, a narrow room that smelled of burnt coffee and fried bacon. Bobby Stone looked up from his plate of eggs, his hand instinctively dropping toward the Colt holstered on his hip. He'd been staring out the front window, watching the morning foot traffic on Chestnut Street, his mind 1,000 miles away. Rip Campbell stood by the table, a coffee mug in one hand. He hadn't made a sound, approaching. You looked like a man wrestling with a decision, Rip said, nodding toward the empty chair opposite Bobby. Mind if I join you? Bobby relaxed his hand, but his eyes stayed wary. He recognized the man from the saloon, the gambler who'd been watching everything yesterday. The one who'd shown up in the street during his confrontation with Wilkes. Suit yourself, he said, his tone flat. Rip slid into the chair. The eatery was crowded, miners and merchants starting their day. The low hum of conversation provided a cover of privacy. Rip took a sip of his coffee. Heard some commotion down by the general store last night. Sounded like a cannon going off. Didn't hear a thing, Bobby said, pushing his eggs around his plate. He hadn't touched them. Slept like a log. That's so, Rip said. A man who sleeps that soundly in a town like this is either a fool or a liar. Bobby's head snapped up, his green eyes flashing with anger. They were Marta's eyes, but the fire in them was all Buck. You calling me one of those? I'm saying a man with his eyes open would have noticed this town is holding its breath, Rip said calmly, ignoring the challenge. Waiting to see what happens next. After a hanging, things are never settled. They're just waiting for the next spark. He leaned forward slightly. And right now, you're holding the match. Bobby stared at him, the anger in his face giving way to suspicion. "I don't know who you are, mister, but you seem to have taken a powerful interest in my affairs." "The name's Campbell. Rip Campbell." He paused, watching for any sign of recognition. There was none. The name meant nothing to the boy. "And your affairs have a way of becoming other people's problems. St. John and his friends, they don't like loose ends. You keep asking questions about Hugh Fenton, you're going to become a loose end. So I should just let it go. Let them get away with hanging an innocent man." The outrage in Bobby's voice was raw, genuine. "What you should do is be smart," Rip said. "Right now, you're all anger and no plan. That gets a man killed. You want justice for your friend. You need more than a loud voice and a quick temper. You need resources. You need a stake." Bobby's eyes narrowed. "What are you getting at?" "I'm a gambler, kid. I play the odds. I make investments." Rip took another sip of coffee, his gaze steady. "I'm offering you a grub stake. Enough to hire a lawyer if you could find an honest one. Enough to buy information. Enough to get out of town and lie low until this blows over if that's your choice. Call it a loan. Call it a partnership. I don't care. I see a man who's willing to stand up, and I'm willing to bet on him." Bobby leaned back in his chair, a cynical smile touching his lips. It was a jarring expression on his young face. A gambler's bet. Just like that. Just like that. "Why?" Bobby asked, his voice sharp. "Why me? You don't know me from Adam. There's no percentage in it for you. A man like you doesn't do anything unless there's a percentage in it." It was so much like Buck, Rip felt a pang in his chest. Buck had been the same way, proud and distrustful of anything that seemed too easy. He'd question a gift horse's pedigree all the way to the glue factory. "Let's just say I don't like seeing the house win all the time," Rip said, keeping his voice even. "St. John thinks he owns the table. I'd like to see someone call his bluff." He pulled a small leather pouch from his coat pocket and slid it across the table. It landed next to Bobby's plate with a soft, heavy thud. "There's $500 in there. Take it. Use it to fight them. When you get justice for Fenton, you can pay me back. With interest." Bobby stared at the pouch as if it were a coiled rattlesnake. He didn't touch it. His jaw was set in a stubborn line. "I don't take charity." "It's not charity. It's an investment in justice." "I don't know you, Campbell," Bobby said, pushing the pouch back across the table. "For all I know, this is St. John's money. A trick to buy me off or set me up for something else." "You really believe that?" "I believe a man who appears out of nowhere and offers a stranger a bag of gold the day after his friend was hanged is a man to be careful of," Bobby shot back. "I can handle my own fights. I don't need a gambler's money to do it." The pride in his voice was as sharp and unbending as steel. Rip saw the ghost of his friend sitting across the table, heard Buck's voice in his son's stubborn refusal. Buck would have done the same thing. He would have starved before he took a dollar he felt he hadn't earned, or one that came with strings he couldn't see. "Your father was a proud man too," Rip said, his voice softer now. Bobby stiffened. "You knew my father." "I knew of him," Rip corrected himself quickly. He couldn't tell him the truth. Not yet. The boy wouldn't believe it, and it would only complicate things. He had a reputation. A man who stood his ground. "He did," Bobby said, a flicker of pain in his eyes. "And it got him shot in the back." "Which is why you need to be smarter than he was," Rip pressed, leaning in again. "Pride is a fine thing, kid, but it won't stop a bullet. St. John is not some loudmouth in a saloon. He's a professional. He and Wilkes and that fat man Sam, they've done this before. This isn't their first hanging. They move into a camp, find a target, create a victim, and then clean up in the confusion. You're getting in their way. So you want me to run? Bobby's lip curled in a sneer. That your advice, gambler? Take your money and run. My advice is to live to fight another day. You're no good to Fenton dead. I ain't running, Bobby said, his voice low and final. He stood up, tossing a few coins on the table for his uneaten breakfast. And I don't need your help. He looked down at Rip, and for a second the anger in his face was replaced by a flicker of uncertainty, a silent plea for Rip to give him a reason to trust him. But Rip had no reason he could give. Not one that wouldn't sound like a lie. Don't turn your back on them, kid, Rip said quietly. That's how they got your father. The words hit Bobby like a physical blow. He flinched, his face paling. He opened his mouth to say something, then closed it, his pride and his grief warring in his eyes. Without another word, he turned and stalked out of the eatery, leaving Rip alone at the table with the pouch of gold and the ghost of his old friend. Rip watched him go, a cold knot of frustration in his stomach. He had failed. The boy was too much like Buck. Too stubborn, too proud, and heading for the same end. He picked up the pouch and slipped it back into his pocket. He would have to find another way. He sat there for a long time, drinking his coffee, his mind racing. He was halfway through his second cup when he saw something through the window that made his blood run cold. Bobby was standing on the boardwalk across the street, near the assayer's office. And walking up to him, a friendly fatherly smile on his face, was George St. John. St. John put a hand on Bobby's shoulder, his expression one of deep concern. He was talking, his head nodding sympathetically. And Bobby, after a moment of stiff resistance, was listening. Chapter 8. The house always keeps a little something back, don't it, friend? The miner's words were slurred with whiskey, but his eyes were sharp with loss as he watched Rip Campbell rake in the last of his chips. The man's face was a roadmap of hard luck, his knuckles scarred from rockin' fists. He pushed himself away from the faro table, his chair scraping against the floorboards of the Red Lion. The house doesn't have feelings, Rip said, his voice impassive as he began shuffling the cards for the next game. It just plays the odds. Yeah, well, the odds been hell on me lately. The miner grunted, turning toward the bar. The saloon was alive with the clink of glasses and the low murmur of a dozen conversations, a different animal at night than it was in the harsh light of day. The hanging was old news now, replaced by the more immediate concerns of gold dust, whiskey, and the turn of a card. Rip had sat at his table for 6 hours, his face a neutral mask, his mind a whirlwind. He'd watched the door all night, but Bobby Stone hadn't come in. St. John had, though. He'd stood at the bar for an hour with Lyman Wilkes, drinking beer and laughing with a few of the town's so-called leading citizens. He never once looked toward the faro table, an omission so deliberate it was like a shout. Rip dealt a hand to a new player, a young prospector with more hope than sense. He took the boy's money in less than 20 minutes, feeling nothing. All he could see was the image from that morning. St. John's hand on Bobby's shoulder, the boy's proud, angry posture slowly softening as the older man spun his poison. A wolf gentling a lamb right before the slaughter. By midnight, the crowd had thinned. Rip declared the bank closed, cased his cards, and locked his winnings in the saloon safe. Simpson was wiping down the bar, his movements slow with fatigue. "You be careful going home, Rip," the bartender said, not meeting his eyes. "The air's got a bad feel to it tonight." "The air's been bad since I got here," Rip replied, shrugging into his coat. He settled his hat on his head and walked to the door. The street was empty. A cold wind swept down from the mountains, carrying the scent of pine and dust, kicking up little eddies of dirt in the moonlight. Most of the windows in Roaring River were dark. The town went to bed early, hoarding its energy for the back-breaking work of the next day. The silence was heavy, unnatural. Rip's hotel was 3 blocks away, at the far end of town. He kept to the middle of the street, away from the deep shadows of the boardwalk awnings and the alleyways that were like black, gaping mouths between the buildings. His hand rested on the butt of his Colt, his thumb stroking the worn walnut grip. He felt the familiar prickle on the back of his neck, the gambler's instinct that told him the cards were about to be dealt from the bottom of the deck. He passed the dark maw of the alley where he'd been jumped the night before. He didn't slow down. He passed the assayer's office, its windows blank and empty. He was halfway to the hotel, crossing the open space in front of the livery stable when the first shot came. It wasn't a warning shot. The bullet screamed past his ear, so close he felt its heat, and slammed into the livery's water trough with a loud thwack, sending a geyser of water into the air. Rip didn't hesitate. He dove to the right, hitting the ground and rolling behind a stack of hay bales as a second shot kicked up dirt where he'd just been. The shots were coming from the roof of the Mercantile across the street. A rifle. This wasn't like the last time. This wasn't a clumsy attempt at intimidation by a couple of hired thugs. This was professional. This was Lyman Wilkes. Rip drew his Colt, peering around the edge of the hay. The street was bathed in pale moonlight, a patchwork of light and impenetrable shadow. He couldn't see the shooter, only the occasional puff of smoke from the roof's edge. He was pinned down. "You should have taken the offer, Campbell." The voice floated down from the darkness. It was St. John. It would have been a lot less painful. A third shot splintered the wood of the hay bale, inches from Rip's face. He pulled back, his heart pounding a steady, cold rhythm. He was outgunned, and in a bad spot. The shooter had the high ground, and a rifle against his pistol. The odds were long. He needed to change the game. He scanned his surroundings. The livery stable loomed behind him. Its big double doors were closed, but there was a smaller side door about 20 feet to his left. A desperate, open run. To his right was the open street. Suicide. He fired 2 quick shots toward the roof, not aiming to hit anything but to make the shooter duck. The rifle fell silent for a moment. It was all the time he would get. He scrambled from behind the hay, running low and fast for the livery's side door. The rifle cracked again, and he felt a searing white-hot pain rip through his left shoulder. The force of it spun him around, and he slammed against the rough plank wall of the stable, his pistol clattering to the ground. He gasped, the world turning gray at the edges. He'd been hit. He fought against the wave of blackness, his fingers scrabbling for the door latch. The rifle fired again, the bullet thudding into the wood beside his head. He found the latch, lifted it, and threw his weight against the door, stumbling inside into the warm, animal-scented darkness. He slammed the door shut, just as another bullet tore through it. He leaned against the wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the pain in his shoulder a roaring fire. He could hear St. John shouting something outside, but the words were indistinct. He had to move. They'd be coming for him. He pushed himself away from the wall, his left arm hanging useless at his side. The stable was vast and dark, filled with the soft sounds of horses shifting in their stalls. The air was thick with the smell of hay and manure. A little moonlight filtered through a grimy window high up in the loft. He needed his gun. He cracked the door open a bare inch. His Colt lay in the dirt, a pale shape in the moonlight 10 feet away. Impossible. He heard footsteps outside, crunching in the dirt. They were coming closer. He let the door swing shut and melted back into the shadows, moving deeper into the stable. He fumbled in his coat pocket with his good hand, his fingers closing around a book of sulfur matches. He found a lantern hanging on a post between two stalls. With clumsy, one-handed movements, he managed to light it. The sudden flare of light was blinding. He immediately turned the wick down low, so it cast only a weak, flickering glow. He needed to see, but he didn't want to make himself a target. The side door creaked open. A silhouette appeared, a pistol in its hand. Rip flattened himself against the wall of a stall, holding his breath. The man stepped inside, moving slowly, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom. It wasn't Wilkes or St. John. Another hired gun. Rip waited until the man was halfway down the central aisle. Then, with his good hand, he slapped the rump of the big bay horse in the stall next to him. The horse, startled from its doze, let out a terrified whinny and kicked out with both hind legs, smashing the flimsy stall door off its hinges. The door flew into the aisle, catching the gunman squarely in the chest. He went down with a cry of pain and surprise, his pistol flying from his grasp. Rip didn't wait. He ran past the groaning man, scooped up the fallen pistol, and burst out the side door. He didn't look back. He ran, his boots pounding on the hard earth, the pain in his shoulder a dull, throbbing counterpoint to the frantic beat of his heart. He expected the rifle to crack again at any second, but no more shots came. He'd created enough chaos to cover his escape. He didn't slow until he reached the back of his hotel. He leaned against the wall, gasping for air, blood soaking his shirt and coat. He'd made it. He was alive. He crept up the back stairs and let himself into his room, locking and bolting the door behind him. He tore off his coat and shirt. The wound was ugly. The bullet had gone clean through the fleshy part of his shoulder. It was bleeding freely, but it had missed the bone. He was lucky. Incredibly lucky. There was a knock at the door. Rip froze, the pistol coming up in his good hand. "Who is it?" It's me, Mr. Campbell." "Alfie." From the front desk. The voice was a nervous squeak. Rip hesitated, then walked to the door and opened it a crack. The night clerk was a skinny young man with a prominent Adam's apple and eyes that were wide with fear. He was holding a bottle of whiskey and a stack of clean rags. I saw you come in," Alfie stammered, not looking at the gun. "I heard the shooting. I figured you might need this." Rip opened the door wider and let him in. "You saw what happened?" "I saw them on the roof," Alfie whispered, setting the supplies on the washstand. "Mr. St. John and that quiet one. Wilkes. I saw them get set up. I should have warned you. I'm sorry. I was scared." "You did the right thing, Alfie. Staying out of it." Rip sat heavily on the edge of the bed as the clerk poured whiskey onto a rag. "They run this town, Mr. Campbell," Alfie said, his hands shaking as he began to clean the wound. Rip hissed as the alcohol burned. "Everybody's afraid of them. The marshal, the mayor, they all eat out of St. John's hand. He came in here last week, asked me a lot of questions about you. When you come and go. Who you talk to. What did you tell him?" "Nothing much," Alfie said, wrapping a clean bandage tightly around the shoulder. "But he paid me $20 just for that. A man who pays $20 for nothing is a man who means to get something sooner or later." He finished the bandage and stepped back, avoiding Rip's eyes. "You should leave town, Mr. Campbell. Tonight. He won't try and fail a third time." "I'm not leaving," Rip said, his voice a low growl of pain and anger. He stood up and walked to the washstand, picking up the pistol he'd taken from the man in the stable. It was a Colt, just like his own, but newer. He checked the load. "But they'll kill you," Alfie whispered. Rip looked at his reflection in the mirror. His face was pale and grim, his eyes burning with a cold fire. The man who had left Lewistown was gone forever. In his place was someone else, someone forged in the dark alleys and moonlit streets of Roaring River. He was no longer the observer, the gambler playing the odds. They had made it personal. They had made him the target. He turned to the terrified clerk. "Get me another box of cartridges, Alfie. And then go back to your desk and forget you ever saw me tonight." He broke open the pistol, the click of the metal echoing in the silent room. The hunting season just opened. Chapter 9. Pain was a good reminder. It kept a man honest. For the next week, the fire in Rip's shoulder was a constant companion, a dull, grinding sermon on the cost of carelessness. He spent most of his time in his hotel room, the world of Roaring River reduced to what he could see through his second-story window. It was a sniper's view, and he was learning to think like one. He watched the town move below him like a game board. He saw the comings and goings of St. John's crew, the subtle shift in the town's balance of power. But mostly, he watched Bobby Stone. He watched as St. John took the boy under his wing. It was a masterful performance. Rip saw them walking down the street, St. John's hand on Bobby's shoulder, his head bent as if sharing a fatherly confidence. He saw them in the Red Lion, St. John buying the drinks, laughing as Bobby told a story, making the boy feel like the most important man in the room. He was feeding Bobby's pride, stroking the very stubbornness that Rip had failed to break through. Lyman Wilkes played his part too. He'd show Bobby a fast draw, treat him not as a boy, but as a fellow gunman and equal. He'd listen to Bobby's talk of justice for Hugh Fenton with a cool, professional sympathy. "A damn shame what happened," Rip heard him say one afternoon as they stood on the boardwalk below his window. "But a man like you, kid, you can't let it eat at you. You got to look forward." Even Burro Sam was part of the act. The fat man, his own terror apparently buried under a fresh layer of greed, would clap Bobby on the back and buy him steak dinners, telling him stories of gold strikes and lost mines, filling his head with dreams of a future that St. John was subtly promising to provide. They were grooming him, fattening him for the slaughter. Every time Rip saw them together, the ache in his shoulder sharpened. He was watching a man build a scaffold for his friend's son, and he was powerless to stop it. He tried talking to the boy, and failed. Now, any move he made would only be seen by Bobby as a gambler's trick, confirming St. John's whispered warnings. So he waited. And he planned. On the third night, he sent a message to Henry Morse. He didn't use Alfie, the terrified night clerk. He paid a kid a dime to slip a note under the door of the Roaring River Clarion. The note had 3 words, Alley. Midnight. Alone. When Morse appeared at the mouth of the same alley where Rip had been ambushed, he looked like a ghost. His thin frame was hunched against the cold, but it was fear that made him tremble. "This is insane, Campbell," Morse hissed, staying in the relative light of the main street. "If they see me with you." "They won't," Rip said, his voice a low rumble from the shadows. "I need your help, Morse." "My help? I'm the one who needs help. St. John paid me a visit. He advised me that the story of the hanging was over. He suggested I focus on reporting mining claims and social events." "Did he?" Rip stepped out of the shadows, his left arm held stiffly at his side. In the dim light, Morse could see the dark stain on his coat. "He gave me some advice, too." This was the result. Morse's eyes widened. "My God. They shot you." "They tried. They'll try again." Rip took a step closer. "They're setting up the kid, Bobby Stone. He's going to be their next Hugh Fenton. They're going to pin something on him, and this town will hang him without a second thought, just to prove they were right the first time." "What can I do?" Morse whispered, his courage warring with his fear. "I'm a newspaper man, not a gunfighter." "I need you to be a newspaper man. You have connections, access to the telegraph. I want you to send wires to the papers in every mining camp within 500 miles. Deadwood, Leadville, Virginia City. Ask about their recent history. Ask if they've had any convenient murders, followed by quick hangings. Ask if a tall, red-headed mining engineer and his friends happened to be in town when it happened. Morse stared at him, the implications dawning on his face. You think this is a pattern? I know it is. Men like St. John don't get this good on their first try. This is a business for them. They're like locusts. They move in, stir up trouble, get a man hanged, and in the confusion, they take what they want and move on. But I need proof. I need names. I need dates. Something solid one can use when the time comes. It'll cost money. The telegraph fees. Rip tossed him a heavy leather pouch. It was the same one he'd offered Bobby. That should cover it. And your time. Morse caught the pouch, his hands trembling. And what will you be doing? Getting ready, Rip said, melting back into the shadows. When they make their move on the kid, I'm going to be the ace they didn't see in the hole. For the rest of the week, Rip prepared. He bought a used Winchester rifle from a prospector who was leaving town, paying double its worth to avoid the questions he'd get at the general store. He spent hours in his room, cleaning it, getting the feel of it, the smooth, oiled action of the lever becoming an extension of his will. He had Alfie buy him extra cartridges, a few at a time, along with canned goods, a new canteen, and a bedroll. He was building a war chest. He studied a map of the territory he'd bought from the livery owner, tracing the stagecoach routes with his finger. The Lincoln stage, carrying the mining payrolls, was the richest prize. It ran twice a month. The next run was due in 2 days. It was a tempting target, the kind of crime that would demand a swift, brutal response from the town. The kind of crime you could easily pin on a hot-headed young cowboy who'd been seen flashing new money and spending time with known troublemakers. The night before the stage was due, Morse slipped a packet of papers under his door. Rip lit his lamp and spread them out on the bed. They were telegraph replies, clipped and to the point. From the Deadwood Pioneer, re your query. Miner Jedediah Smith, murdered March 1876. Partner Abe Carver, hanged by vigilance CMTE. Witnesses, INCL. G. St. John, L. Wilkes. Camp nearly bust after. Stop. From the Leadville Chronicle, re your query. Similar incident last year. 2 miners killed. Outsider named Finn hanged. Red-haired man, matching description, involved in investigation. Left town shortly after. Stop. There were 4 more, from camps in Montana and Wyoming. The names changed, but the story was the same. A murder, a convenient suspect, a quick hanging, and the presence of St. John and his crew, who always seemed to profit before moving on. He finally had it. The proof. A chain of death that stretched across the territory. He folded the papers and put them in his inner coat pocket. The waiting was almost over. He knew, with a gambler's certainty, that St. John would make his move tomorrow. The stagecoach was too perfect a target to ignore. He sat by the window, the Winchester across his lap, and watched the moon rise over the jagged peaks. He wasn't just a gambler anymore. He wasn't just an avenger for a long-lost friend. He was the only thing standing between a boy who wore his mother's eyes and a rope. The hunter had been hunted, and now he was hunting back. The next day dawned clear and cold. The town was buzzing with anticipation for the stage's arrival. Rip stayed in his room, watching, waiting. Mid-afternoon, a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. But it wasn't the stage. It was a single rider, galloping his horse as if the devil himself were on his tail. The rider reined in his lathered horse in the middle of the street, shouting, his voice hoarse with panic and exhaustion. Windows flew open. People poured out of the saloons and stores. Rip leaned out his window, straining to hear. The words came in broken pieces, carried on the wind. Ambushed 10 miles out, driver and guard both dead. And then the words that made Rip's blood run cold. Found this at the scene, caught on a branch. The rider held up a bright blue and white neckerchief. Rip's heart stopped. He'd seen that neckerchief just yesterday, tied around Bobby Stone's neck as he laughed at something St. John had said. Chapter 10. Whose is it? Speak up, man. The question was a roar from a dozen throats at once. The crowd surged around the exhausted rider and his trembling horse, a wave of dusty hats and angry, sun-creased faces. The man, a passenger from the ambushed stage, held the blue and white neckerchief aloft as if it were a holy relic. It was him, the rider gasped, his voice cracking. The young one. Stone. He was giving the orders. A low growl rippled through the mob, a sound of pure animal fury. Up in his hotel room, Rip Campbell felt the sound in his bones. He stood back from the window, a ghost in his own room, the Winchester held loosely in his good hand. The trap had been sprung. It was perfect. I know that neckerchief, a voice shouted from the crowd. It was Tom Bradley, one of the miners St. John had convinced to change his story about Fenton's poke. Saw Bobby Stone wearing it myself just this morning. Me too, another man yelled. He was flashing a roll of bills down at the Red Lion last night. The lies piled up, one on top of the other, each one adding fuel to the fire. Rip watched as George St. John pushed his way to the front, his face a mask of grave concern. He put a hand on the rider's arm, his voice pitched to carry over the din. Let the man breathe, St. John commanded, taking control as if by right. Tell us exactly what happened, son. From the beginning. The rider, grateful for the anchor in the storm of questions, focused on St. John. There were 4 of them. Faces covered. They came out of the rocks, guns blazing. Shot down poor old Jeb, the driver, before he could even pull on the brake. The guard, Henderson, he never had a chance. And the payroll? St. John asked, his voice grim. Gone. The whole strongbox. And you're sure it was Bobby Stone? I'd swear it on a stack of Bibles, the rider said, his voice gaining strength from the crowd's rapt attention. He was the only one who took his mask off for a second, shouting at the others. I saw his face plain as day. And that neckerchief, it snagged on a branch when he was riding off. I found it not 10 feet from where they shot Henderson. It was a lie, of course. A well-rehearsed, beautifully executed lie. The rider was one of them. Rip could see it, in the way his eyes flicked toward St. John for approval. He was talking treason against this town, someone bellowed. Said we hanged an innocent man. This is his revenge. He was Fenton's partner all along. The cry was taken up by the mob. It made a sick kind of sense to them. It explained everything. It justified everything. Their rush to judgment on Fenton wasn't a mistake. It was just incomplete. Marshal Wade Brennan pushed his way through the crowd, his face pale and tight. Now hold on. Let's get the facts straight before we got the facts, a big miner in a red flannel shirt roared, shoving the marshal aside. The fact is, 2 men are dead and the payroll's gone. The fact is, Bobby Stone's neckerchief is right there. What more do you need? We need a posse. Let's go get the murdering bastard. St. John held up his hands for quiet, his expression pained, as if this was the last thing he wanted. The marshal's right. We must have order. We can't let ourselves become a mob. He paused, letting his words sink in, letting the crowd see how reasonable he was. But we also cannot let murder go unpunished. I say we form a posse under the marshal's authority and bring Bobby Stone back to stand trial. It was a brilliant move. He'd given them a flag of legitimacy to rally around. He wasn't leading a lynch mob, he was assisting the law. Marshal Brennan, seeing the tide was unstoppable, could only nod his helpless agreement. All right. Deputize them. But I want him brought back alive, you hear me, St. John? Alive. You have my word, Marshal, St. John said, his face a picture of sincerity. But his eyes, as they swept the crowd, held a cold, triumphant light. He looked up then, his gaze sweeping the hotel windows, and for a second Rip could have sworn their eyes met. St. John gave a nearly imperceptible nod, a silent message of victory. Your move, gambler. The town exploded into organized chaos. Men ran for horses, for rifles. The sound of shouting, of gunshots fired into the air, of jingling spurs filled the street. It was a town drunk on bloodlust, eager for another hanging to wash away the last dregs of doubt from the first one. Rip stepped back from the window, the ache in his shoulder a distant throb compared to the cold dread in his gut. He was out of time. They would ride to Bobby's small cabin up on Willow Creek, and if they found him, they wouldn't bring him back. They'd string him up from the nearest tree and call it justice. He moved quickly. He shrugged into his coat, the movement sending a fresh wave of fire through his shoulder. He checked the load on his Winchester, then on the two Colts, his own and the one he'd taken from the ambusher. He stuffed the telegraph papers from Morse into an inner pocket. They were useless against a mob, but they were the only truth he had. He grabbed the bedroll and canteen Alfie had bought for him. He was a hunted man in a town of hunters. He couldn't walk out the front door. St. John would have someone watching the hotel, waiting for him to make a move. He went to the door and listened. Nothing. He slid the bolt open as quietly as he could. He peered out into the hallway. It was empty. The whole hotel was empty. Even Alfie had probably been swept up in the excitement and run outside to watch the posse form. He slipped out of his room and moved down the hall, not toward the stairs, but toward the last room at the end of the corridor. It was a linen closet. He opened the door and stepped inside, pulling it shut behind him. The closet had a small window that looked out over the alley behind the hotel. It was a 12-foot drop to the hard-packed dirt. He took a deep breath, the smell of lye soap and clean linen filling his lungs. He could wait here. Wait for the posse to ride out, for the town to quiet down. It was the safe play. The smart play. But then he saw Bobby's face in his mind's eye, proud and stubborn and so damned young. He saw Marta's green eyes looking at him with trust. He owed them more than the smart play. He slung the Winchester over his good shoulder and tied the bedroll across his back. He opened the window. The cool afternoon air hit his face. He looked down. It was a long way. A sprained ankle, a broken leg, and it was all over. He was a gambler, and this was the biggest bet of his life. He swung one leg over the sill, then the other. For a moment he balanced there, a dark shape against the bright sky, the sounds of the posse fading as they began to ride out of town. He had a head start. Not much of one. But it would have to be enough. He took one last look at the room that had been his prison for a week, then let go, pushing off into empty air as he dropped into the alley below. Chapter 11. The air in the freight warehouse tasted of dust, sweat, and cheap tobacco. It was a cavernous space, smelling faintly of burlap and horse feed, lit by a dozen lanterns that threw long dancing shadows up the walls. They'd cleared a space in the center, setting up a makeshift courtroom. The judge's bench was a stack of flour sacks behind a shipping crate. The jury box was a row of nail kegs. Bobby Stone stood before the crate, his hands bound in front of him. They'd caught him at his cabin. He hadn't even known they were coming. His face was bruised, a cut bleeding sluggishly over his right eye, but his chin was up. He stood straight, his gaze fixed on the man sitting behind the crate, and in his green eyes was a fire of pure, undiluted hate. Judge Amos Crane looked like a man who'd been forced to eat a bowl of sawdust. He was small and bird-like, with a fringe of white hair around a shiny bald head. His black judicial coat was too big for him, and he kept tugging at the sleeves as if they were trying to swallow him whole. He'd been the justice of the peace in Roaring River for 5 years, handling mining disputes and fining drunks. He'd never presided over a murder trial, let alone one held in a warehouse with a jury of 50 armed men. "This court, this hearing, will come to order," Judge Crane chirped, his voice barely audible over the restless shuffling of the crowd. He banged a small gavel on the crate, the sound a pathetic thump in the vast space. "Let's get on with it, Judge," a voice boomed from the nail kegs. It was the big miner in the red flannel shirt, the same one who'd kicked the box out from under Hugh Fenton. He'd appointed himself jury foreman. George St. John stepped forward into the lantern light. He wasn't armed, at least not visibly. He wore a look of solemn duty, of a man doing a distasteful job for the good of the community. "Your Honor," St. John began, his voice calm and reasonable, "we are here today on a grave matter. 2 good men, Jebediah Moss and Howard Henderson, have been murdered in the execution of their duties. The Lincoln stage has been robbed. The peace of our community has been shattered." He turned to the jury. "And the man responsible is standing right here." He pointed a long, bony finger at Bobby. A low growl went through the crowd. "Objection," Bobby said, his voice rough. "I ain't had a chance to say a word. I ain't got a lawyer." "You can speak when you're spoken to, killer," the foreman roared. Silence. Judge Crane squeaked, banging his gavel again. "Mr. Stone has a point. He is entitled to counsel. And where would we find counsel in this town willing to defend a man who shot 2 men in cold blood?" St. John asked the crowd, his arms spread wide. "A man caught red-handed?" "No, Your Honor. The evidence is plain. The people of Roaring River demand swift justice, not legal trickery." The people," the jury of nail kegs chanted. Judge Crane shrank behind his crate. "Very well. Proceed, Mr. St. John. Present your evidence." Hidden in the high rafters of the warehouse, nestled between 2 massive wooden beams, Rip Campbell watched the farce unfold. He'd slipped in through a loading door an hour ago, climbing up a stack of crates in the darkness. The pain in his shoulder was a hot, angry coal, but he ignored it. From his perch, he could see every face. He saw the bloodlust, the fear, the grim satisfaction. And he saw the cold, calculating control in St. John's eyes. "I call Mr. Elias Cobb to the stand," St. John said. The stagecoach passenger, the man who'd ridden into town with the news, swaggered forward. He placed a hand on a dusty crate next to the judge. "Mr. Cobb," St. John said, "please tell the court what you witnessed yesterday on the Lincoln Road." Cobb launched into his story. It was the same one he'd told in the street, but now it was filled with more detail, more drama. He described the thunder of the guns, the sight of Jeb the driver falling from his seat. He described the masked men, their cruelty, their greed. "And did you see the face of their leader?" St. John asked, his voice ringing with theatrical importance. "I did," Cobb said, his voice dropping. "When they had the strong box, he pulled down his mask to shout at his men. He was laughing." Cobb turned and pointed a trembling finger at Bobby. "It was him. I saw him clear as I see you now." Bobby lunged forward, his bonds straining. "You're a liar. I was at my claim all day. I never saw you before in my life." 2 deputized miners grabbed Bobby and shoved him back. "And what about this?" St. John asked. He produced the blue and white neckerchief and held it up for the jury to see. "Mr. Cobb, have you seen this before?" "Yes, sir." It was around his neck. It snagged on a tree branch as he rode off. "I found it myself." "Your Honor," St. John said, turning to the judge, "I submit this as evidence. And I would like to call one more witness. Mr. Tom Bradley." Bradley, looking nervous but determined, came forward. "Mr. Bradley," St. John said kindly, "are you familiar with this neckerchief?" "I am," Bradley said. "It belongs to Bobby Stone. He was wearing it just yesterday morning. Showed it off to me himself. Said it was his lucky charm." "Liar!" Bobby screamed, his voice raw with desperation. "I lost that thing 2 days ago. You know I did." "That's enough," the foreman shouted, standing up from his nail keg. "We've heard enough of this killer's lies. Sit down." Judge Crane ordered, a flicker of his old authority returning. "The accused has the right to speak in his own defense." He turned his watery eyes to Bobby. "Son, do you have anything to say?" Bobby stood panting, his eyes wild. He looked from the judge to the jury to the faces in the crowd. He saw no mercy, no doubt, only a wall of certainty. "I didn't do it," he said, his voice cracking. "I was at my cabin. I was working my claim. Hugh Fenton was my friend. I wanted to find who killed him, not join them. St. John, he's the one. He's been playing me this whole time. He's set me up, just like he set up Hugh." St. John simply smiled, a sad, pitying smile. "The boy is desperate, Your Honor. It's a tragic thing to see." "That's it," the foreman demanded. "That's his defense? To blame the very man who's brought him to justice?" Judge Crane sighed, a long, weary sound of defeat. He looked at the jury. "Gentlemen, you have heard the testimony. You have seen the evidence. It is your duty to retire and consider your verdict." The foreman didn't move. He looked at the men sitting on the nail kegs, to his left and right. They all nodded. He turned back to the judge. "We don't need to retire, Judge," the foreman said, his voice flat and final. "We find the defendant, Bobby Stone, guilty." A roar of approval went up from the crowd. Bobby sagged as if he'd been punched, the fight finally draining out of him. Judge Crane closed his eyes for a moment. He looked old and broken. And what is the sentence?" he whispered. "The sentence is death," the foreman declared. "By hanging. To be carried out at dawn, so this town can finally wash itself clean of this murdering filth." Up in the rafters, Rip Campbell felt the telegraph papers in his pocket. They felt as heavy and as useless as a bag of rocks. He had the truth, but the truth didn't matter here. This wasn't a court of law. It was a ritual. A human sacrifice to appease the god of greed that St. John had summoned. The crowd surged forward, grabbing Bobby, dragging him toward the warehouse doors. They were laughing, shouting, already celebrating the sunrise that would bring another death. Marshal Brennan tried to intervene, to insist the prisoner be kept in his custody, but he was swept aside. Rip watched them go, his knuckles white on the stock of his Winchester. He was one man with a wounded shoulder against a whole town. The odds were impossible. A sane man would slip away in the darkness and keep riding. But as he watched Bobby's head disappear into the mob, he saw Marta's eyes. He heard Buck's laugh. He was a gambler, and he'd been dealt a losing hand. There was only one thing to do. He had to cheat. He slid back from the edge of the beam, the rough wood scraping against his coat. The crowd was gone, their voices fading as they marched their prisoner to the livery stable to hold him for the dawn. The warehouse was suddenly quiet, empty, except for Judge Crane, who was slowly gathering his papers, and St. John, who stood alone in the center of the room, basking in the glow of the lanterns. Rip shifted his weight, getting ready to move. He had to get out of the warehouse, find a new position, a new angle. He had 5 hours until sunrise. 5 hours to upend the whole game. As he moved, his boot knocked a small, loose piece of wood from the beam. It was no bigger than a coin, but in the silence it sounded like a gunshot as it clattered onto the dusty floor below. St. John froze. His head snapped up, his eyes scanning the dark, cavernous ceiling. Rip flattened himself against the beam, his heart stopping. He could see St. John's eyes, glinting in the lamplight like chips of ice, searching the shadows, searching right where he was hidden. Chapter 12. You can't hide the truth in a shallow grave, George. The voice was a dry whisper, a rustle of dead leaves. It didn't come from the rafters where Rip lay pressed against a beam. It came from the far corner of the warehouse, from the deepest, darkest shadows where the lantern light failed to reach. It sounded old and tired and full of dust. St. John spun around, his hand instinctively going to the pistol hidden in his coat. Judge Crane, who had been shuffling his papers with trembling hands, froze, his head snapping up like a frightened bird's. "Who's there?" St. John's voice was a blade of ice, cutting through the silence. "Show yourself." "You already know who I am," the voice whispered back, seeming to echo from the high ceiling. "You sent me here. You and Sam. And Wilkes." Judge Crane let out a small, strangled gasp. "Fenton," he breathed, his face turning the color of old parchment. "He can't be," St. John snarled, but his eyes darted nervously into the shadows. The arrogance was gone, replaced by a flicker of primal fear. A man who dealt in murder and lies was still, at his core, just a man, and men were afraid of the dark. Rip used the moment. While St. John's attention was fixed on the phantom voice, he slid backward along the beam, silent as a shadow himself. The pain in his shoulder was a dull, insistent fire, but he walled it off. He moved with the slow, deliberate patience of a man who knew one mistake was his last. "The boy is innocent, George," the voice of Hugh Fenton sighed from the darkness. "Just like I was. The blood is on your hands, and it will not wash out." "Shut up," St. John shouted, his composure finally cracking. He drew his pistol and fired a wild shot into the dark corner. The boom was deafening in the enclosed space, the bullet ricocheting off a metal support with a high-pitched whine. That was all the cover Rip needed. He swung his legs down, dropped silently onto a stack of grain sacks 10 feet below, and rolled off onto the floor. He landed in deep shadow, the impact jarring his wounded shoulder, sending a wave of nausea through him. He gritted his teeth and pushed it down. He slipped out through the same loading door he'd entered, melting into the cold night air. He didn't look back. The town was quiet now, the lynch mob having settled in at the saloons to drink and wait for the dawn. They were holding Bobby in the livery stable, the most secure building in town besides the bank. There would be guards. At least 4, probably more. A frontal assault was suicide. He needed chaos. He crept through the back alleys, his mind racing, sifting through the odds. He needed a fire. A big one. Something that would pull every able-bodied man from his drink and send them running. The freight warehouse he'd just left was perfect. It was filled with dry goods, lumber, and barrels of kerosene for the town's lamps. It would go up like a torch. And it was at the opposite end of town from the livery. He found what he was looking for behind the general store, a small shed where they kept spare lamp oil. The lock was cheap. He broke it with the butt of his pistol. Inside, 2 5-gallon cans of oil sat on a shelf. They were heavy, but he managed, cradling one against his body, his good arm straining. He made his way back to the warehouse, circling around to a side he knew had shuttered windows. He worked quickly, his movements economical. He pried open the shutters on 2 windows, pouring the oil through onto the floor inside, soaking the burlap sacks and wooden crates. He left a trail of oil from the windows, back 20 feet into the alley. He stood back, his heart pounding. This was the final bet. He was about to set fire to a building that held a fortune in goods. If he was wrong about St. John, if Bobby was guilty, he was damning himself for nothing. He thought of Marta's eyes. He struck a match. He tossed it onto the trail of oil. The flame didn't just catch, it exploded. A river of fire raced down the alley and shot through the windows. For a second, there was silence. Then, with a deep whoomp, the inside of the warehouse ignited. Orange light pulsed from within, and the sound of cracking glass and roaring flames filled the night. Rip didn't wait to admire his work. He was already running, keeping to the shadows, heading for the livery stable. The town came alive behind him. First one shout, then another. Then the frantic, panicked ringing of the church bell. The fire alarm. He reached the livery just as the first wave of men poured out of the Red Lion, their faces lit by the hellish orange glow that was rising into the sky. They saw the fire and ran toward it, shouting, forgetting all about the prisoner they were supposed to be guarding. But St. John was smarter than that. Rip flattened himself behind the water trough as 4 men burst out of the livery. 2 of them joined the stream of townsfolk running toward the fire. But the other 2, Lyman Wilkes and the big miner in the red flannel shirt, stayed put, their rifles at the ready. "It's a trick," Wilkes snarled, his eyes scanning the street. "You stay here. I'll check the back." The foreman nodded, planting his feet in front of the main doors. Rip was trapped. He couldn't get to the front or the back without being seen. He looked at the livery. There was another way in. The hayloft door, 20 feet up. A rope and pulley hung beside it, used for hauling up bales. He waited until Wilkes disappeared around the side of the building. He took a deep breath, broke cover, and ran for the rope. He leapt, his good hand catching the thick, rough hemp. The pain in his wounded shoulder screamed as he put his weight on it, but he held on, his boots finding purchase on the rough plank wall. He climbed, hand over hand, his muscles straining, his teeth clenched against the pain. He reached the loft door and swung inside, landing silently in the soft, sweet-smelling hay. Below him, he could hear Bobby's voice, low and angry, and the foreman's gruff reply. "Save your breath, killer. You'll need it when that rope tightens." Rip crept to the edge of the loft and peered down. Bobby was tied to a support post in the middle of the stable floor. The foreman stood 10 feet away, his back to the loft, his attention on the main doors. Rip drew his Colt. He could shoot the man in the back. It would be easy, but the sound would bring Wilkes running. He needed a quieter way. He saw a heavy block and tackle hanging from a beam directly over the foreman's head. It was thick, greasy, and weighed at least 50 pounds. It was held in place by a single loop of rope tied off on a cleat on the beam. Rip pulled his knife. He crawled along the beam, his shoulder protesting with every move. He reached the cleat. Below, the foreman shifted his weight, oblivious. Rip held his breath and sawed at the thick rope. The fibers parted with a soft, whispering sound. For a heart-stopping second, the block held, then it dropped. It didn't make a loud crash. It fell with a sickening, wet thud. The foreman crumpled without a sound, his rifle clattering on the floor. Rip dropped from the loft, landing in a crouch beside the unconscious man. He turned to Bobby, who was staring at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. "You came back," Bobby breathed. "The game's not over yet," Rip said, cutting the ropes that bound Bobby's hands. "Can you ride?" Bobby rubbed his wrists, his eyes blazing with a newfound hope. "I can fly." "Good. We need horses." Just then, the back door of the stable burst open. Lyman Wilkes stood there, silhouetted against the roaring fire, his pistol already in his hand. "I knew it," he said, his voice cold and flat. Rip shoved Bobby toward the stalls. "Get the horses. Go." He fired as Wilkes fired, the two shots blending into a single deafening explosion. A splinter of wood flew from the post beside Rip's head. His own shot went wide. He dove behind a stack of saddles as Wilkes advanced into the stable, moving with a gunman's predatory grace. "Nowhere to run, gambler," Wilkes said, his footsteps soft on the dirt floor. "It's just you and me." Rip could hear Bobby frantically working at the stall latches behind him. He needed to buy him time. He fired again, aiming for the lantern hanging near the door. The glass shattered, plunging the back half of the stable into darkness. "You can't hide in the dark from me," Wilkes said, his voice closer now. Suddenly, a horse screamed and burst from a stall, galloping blindly toward the back door. It was Bobby, riding bareback, leading another horse by the reins. He charged straight at Wilkes. Wilkes, caught by surprise, fired twice at the oncoming horses. One of the horses screamed and fell, but the other, the one Bobby was riding, kept coming. Wilkes jumped out of the way at the last second, and Bobby thundered past him and out into the night. Wilkes spun around, raising his pistol to fire at the fleeing boy. But Rip was already there. He stepped out from behind the saddles, his Colt steady in his hand. "Looking for me?" Rip said. Wilkes turned, his face a mask of surprise. He was fast, but Rip was already set. He fired once. The shot was clean. Wilkes staggered back, a dark stain blossoming on his chest. He looked down at it, then up at Rip, a look of mild annoyance on his face, as if he'd just been dealt a bad card. Then his knees buckled, and he fell. Rip didn't wait to see if he was dead. He ran for the horse Wilkes had shot, grabbing the saddlebags from its back. He slung them over his shoulder and ran out the front door. Bobby was waiting for him in the street, holding the reins of the second horse. The town was in chaos, the fire turning the night sky blood red. No one even noticed them. "Let's ride," Rip said, swinging into the saddle. They spurred their horses, galloping out of town, leaving the shouts, the fire, and the dead men behind them. They rode hard for the dark, silent mountains that promised safety, the taste of smoke and freedom sharp in their throats. Chapter 13. They rode like men pursued by hell itself, which wasn't far from the truth. The horses, stolen in chaos and running on fear, scrambled up a rocky game trail that was little more than a suggestion of a path. Behind them, the sky over roaring river pulsed with a malevolent orange glow, the funeral pyre of the town's certainty. Every crack of a branch, every skitter of a dislodged stone, sounded like the thunder of an approaching posse. Bobby Stone rode slightly ahead, his body a tense line in the saddle, his head constantly turning to look back. He was riding on pure adrenaline, the shock of his rescue still fresh. Rip followed, his teeth clenched against the jarring rhythm of the horse, each stride sending a fresh spike of pain through his wounded shoulder. The world had narrowed to the horse's straining neck in front of him and the fire in his own body. They didn't stop until the glow behind them was gone, swallowed by the intervening peaks, and the moon was a cold silver dollar in a black sky. They were high up now, in a stand of ancient wind-twisted pines where the air was thin and sharp with the scent of rock and ice. "This should be far enough," Rip gasped, sliding from his horse. His legs nearly buckled when he hit the ground. He leaned against a pine tree, his breath coming in ragged clouds. For now. Bobby dismounted, his movements still jerky. He looked at Rip, his young face a mess of dirt, dried blood, and awe in the pale moonlight. You killed him." "Wilkes." "He made his choice," Rip said, untying the bedroll with his good hand. "I made mine." He fumbled inside and pulled out the bottle of whiskey the hotel clerk had given him. He took a long, burning swallow, then handed it to Bobby. "Drink. You look like you've seen a ghost." "I thought I was one," Bobby said, his voice quiet. He took the bottle, but didn't drink, just stared at Rip. "They were going to hang me. I saw it in their eyes. They were enjoying it." He finally took a drink, coughing as the whiskey hit his throat. "Why? Why'd you do it, Campbell? You could have been killed." "They tried," Rip said, shrugging, a mistake that sent a fresh jolt of agony through his shoulder. He winced. Seemed like the only move left on the board. The fire, the voice in the warehouse. Bobby's eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. "That was you. All of it." "Chaos is a gambler's best friend," Rip said. He sat down heavily on a fallen log. "Buys you time to reshuffle the deck." He looked at the boy. The arrogant pride was gone, replaced by a raw, humbling gratitude. "I offered you a grub steak. You turned it down. This was the next best thing." "I was a fool," Bobby said, his voice thick with emotion. He walked over and stood in front of Rip. "I thought. I don't know what I thought. St. John," he was so smooth. "He said all the right things. He made me think you were the enemy, that you were trying to trick me." He shook his head in disgust at his own naivete. "He was setting me up the whole time, wasn't he? The money he gave me, the way he had me seen all over town, it was all part of it." "He needed a new villain for his story," Rip said. "You fit the part." He looked down at his shoulder, at the dark spreading stain on his coat. "We need to look at this." He shrugged out of his coat, gritting his teeth. The bandage Alfie had put on was soaked through. Bobby knelt beside him, his face grim in the moonlight as he saw the raw, ugly wound. "My God," Bobby whispered. "He shot you." "It's a clean hole," Rip said, his voice tight with pain. "But it needs to be cleaned again before it starts to rot." He tore a strip from his shirt with his teeth and his good hand. "There's a stream down that draw. We need water." They worked in silence for a few minutes, Bobby fetching water in the canteen, Rip directing him, as the boy awkwardly cleaned and rebandaged the wound. The cold water was a fresh hell, but when it was done, the throbbing seemed to lessen. Bobby tied the bandage with surprising gentleness. "My father," Bobby said quietly, his hand still on the knot. "He knew you, didn't he? More than you let on." Rip looked away, at the dark shapes of the mountains against the stars. The lie was pointless now. "We were friends. A long time ago. In Lewistown. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me?" Rip asked, finally meeting the boy's gaze. "Or would you have thought it was one more trick? Another gambler's lie?" Bobby had no answer for that. He just nodded slowly, a universe of understanding passing between them. He finally understood the stakes Rip had been playing for. It wasn't just about justice, it was about a debt. "What do we do now?" Bobby asked, his voice that of a student asking a teacher. "We keep riding, I guess. Mexico. Or maybe up to Canada. They'll have posses out for us by sunrise." "They will," Rip agreed. He leaned back against the log, the whiskey and the exhaustion making him feel heavy. "And they'll have posters in every town from here to the border. We'd be looking over our shoulders for the rest of our lives. Every stranger would be a bounty hunter. Every friendly face a mask. That's no way to live." "It's better than hanging," Bobby argued. "We're free. We got away." "Did we?" Rip countered, his voice low and hard. "We left St. John standing in the middle of that town, holding all the cards. He's got the payroll. He's got the town convinced you're a murderer, and I'm your partner. He'll twist the story of the fire and Wilkes's death to make himself look like the hero who stood his ground against a gang of killers. He wins. And he'll take what's left of Roaring River's gold and move on to the next town, the next Hugh Fenton, the next Bobby Stone. We didn't free anyone. We just ran. Bobby stared at him, the hope in his face slowly draining away, replaced by the grim reality of Rip's words. Then what do we do? We can't go back. They'll kill us on sight. Not if we go back on our own terms, Rip said. The weariness was falling away from him, replaced by the cold, sharp focus he got when the stakes were highest. Not if we change the game. Change the game. Rip, it's us against a whole town. No, Rip corrected him. It's us against St. John and Burro Sam. The town is just the board we're playing on. Right now, they're St. John's pieces. We need to start taking them away from him. He reached into his coat and pulled out the packet of telegraph papers. He handed them to Bobby. Bobby unfolded them and read them in the moonlight, his lips moving silently. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then to a cold, hard anger. Deadwood. Leadville, it's the same story. Over and over. That's the truth, Rip said. But the truth is useless if no one believes it. We need more. We need a confession. And we need the stolen payroll. He looked Bobby in the eye. We can't get either of those things by running to Mexico. A long silence fell between them, broken only by the sigh of the wind in the pines. Bobby looked from the papers in his hand to the dark valley where Roaring River lay sleeping. He was no longer a boy playing at being a man. The last of his youth had been burned away in the fire and the gunfight. You're going back, Bobby said. It wasn't a question. We're going back, Rip said. But not yet. First, we let them look for us up here. We let them get tired. We let St. John get comfortable. Then, when he thinks he's won, we hit him. How? Rip took the last swallow from the whiskey bottle and tossed it into the darkness. St. John's a businessman. His only weakness is greed. So we're going to set a trap. And we're going to use the one thing he wants more than anything as bait. The payroll? Bobby asked. Better, Rip said, a thin, dangerous smile touching his lips for the first time that night. We're going to offer him a brand new victim. A rich one. He stood up, his body aching, but his mind clear and sharp as glass. He looked at Bobby, not as a boy, but as a partner. A fellow player in the most dangerous game of his life. First thing we need, Rip said, his voice all business now, is an honest man. And I think I know where to find the only one left in Roaring River. Chapter 14. You look like 10 miles of bad road and a month of Sundays. The voice was dry as dust, coming from a man who seemed to be made of it. He sat in a rocking chair on the porch of a dilapidated cabin, tucked so far back in a forgotten canyon it had likely never seen a tax collector. He was whittling a piece of wood into the shape of a bird, the shavings falling around his worn boots. He hadn't looked up when Rip approached, yet he'd known he was there. Hello, Con, Rip said, stepping into the small clearing. He'd left Bobby and the horses a mile back, approaching the last stretch on foot. The sun was low, casting long purple shadows from the canyon walls. Con Featherton finally looked up. His face was a leather mask of wrinkles, but his eyes were a startlingly bright blue, missing nothing. He was old, but he wasn't frail. He had the wiry toughness of a man who had survived by his wits for 70 years. Rip Campbell. Last I heard, you were dealing faro down in Santa Fe. Before that, it was Denver. You move around more than a $3 whore. He gestured with his whittling knife toward Rip's bandaged shoulder. Looks like your last stop wasn't so friendly. Roaring River, Rip said. It's got some civic problems. I heard, Con said, returning to his whittling. Heard they had a fire. Heard they had a jailbreak. Heard a couple of prominent citizens, one of them a known killer, ended up on the wrong end of a gunfight. Heard the town is looking for a couple of fellas. One of them a hot-headed kid, the other a gambler who fits your description. He shaved a perfect feather onto the wooden bird's wing. You're either the luckiest man alive or the stupidest coming here. I was hoping for a third option, Rip said. I was hoping to find you. Con chuckled, a dry rustling sound. People only look for me when they need one of two things, a hole to hide in, or a lie so big it'll blot out the sun. Which is it? A lie, Rip said. A great big one. The kind you used to tell on stage in St. Louis. Con Featherton had been many things in his life. An actor, a land speculator, a patent medicine salesman. He was a grifter, a con man of the highest order, but with one peculiar flaw. He had a conscience. He only ever fleeced men who deserved it, a fact that had kept him poor but alive. Rip had known him for 15 years, had played cards with him, and knew he was the only man in the territory who could play the part he needed. The stage, Con said wistfully. That was a lifetime ago. Now I just sit here and talk to the squirrels. He set his whittling aside and looked Rip square in the eye. This lie of yours, is it a righteous one? It's for a kid who was about to be hanged for a crime he didn't commit, Rip said. And for the man they hanged before him. And what's in it for you? An old debt. Con rocked in his chair for a long minute, his bright blue eyes studying Rip's face. All right, he said finally. I'm listening. But if it involves me getting shot, my fee goes up. For the next hour, Rip laid it all out. He told him about St. John and his crew, the pattern of murder, the frame-ups, the stolen payroll. He told him about Bobby, and the truth about Hugh Fenton. And then he told him the plan. When he was finished, Con was silent for a long time. He picked up his wooden bird and smoothed its wings with his thumb. Let me get this straight, Con said, his voice flat. You want me to walk into that snake pit pretending to be a rich mining baron from Nevada. You want me to flash a bankroll big enough to choke a horse, get drunk in the saloons, and brag about my new secret strike up in the hills. You want me to be the fattest, juiciest pigeon they have ever seen. That's the general idea, Rip said. And while St. John and his last remaining stooge, this Burro Sam, are drooling over me, you and the kid will be doing what exactly? Setting the real trap, Rip said. We know the payroll is stashed somewhere. When they make their move on you, they'll have to go get it to finance their getaway. They'll lead us right to it. And maybe, if we're lucky, one of them will get talkative. If you're lucky, Con snorted. If I'm lucky, I don't end up with my throat cut in some dark alley. This St. John, he sounds like a man who doesn't leave witnesses. He doesn't, Rip agreed. That's why we won't let him get that far. You won't be alone. We'll be watching you every second. From where? The rooftops? The shadows? That's a thin thread to hang a man's life on, Rip. Con stood up and walked to the edge of his porch, looking out at the darkening canyon. I'm an old man. I've earned my peace and quiet. This isn't about peace, Con. It's about justice, Rip said, walking to stand beside him. These men are a cancer. They'll keep doing this until someone stops them. You're the only one who can play this part. You can make them believe. You can walk into a room and own it. You can sell a man the deed to his own house. You can sell this lie. Con turned, a flicker of the old showman's fire in his eyes. I was good, wasn't I? You were the best, Rip said. And this will be the greatest performance of your life. A slow smile spread across Con's wrinkled face. It does have a certain theatrical flair. He rubbed his chin. But it needs props. A costume. A backstory. "I've got the money," Rip said, pulling out the pouch he'd tried to give Bobby. "500 for the bankroll. And I took these from a dead man." He opened the saddlebags he'd taken from the livery and pulled out a fancy suit coat, a silk vest, and a string tie. They were Wilkes's Sunday best. Con's eyes lit up. He took the coat, holding it up. A villain's clothes for a hero's part. The irony is delicious. He looked at Rip, his decision made. "All right, gambler. I'm in. But if I get killed, I want a eulogy that does my performance justice." "You'll write it yourself," Rip said. They spent the next day planning every detail. Bobby was brought down from the high camp, his initial suspicion of the old grifter slowly turning to admiration as Con transformed himself. He put on Wilkes's clothes, which fit him surprisingly well. He practiced a new walk, a rich man's swagger. He developed a cough, a little affectation to make him seem weaker than he was. They rehearsed his backstory, the name of his fictional mine in Nevada, the details of his supposed new strike. "The key to a good lie," Con instructed them, "is to believe it yourself. From the moment I ride into that town, I am not Con Featherton. I am Constantine Atherton, a man who has so much money he's bored with it." That evening, as twilight settled, the three of them stood by the horses. Con looked like a different man. He was no longer a hermit whittling on his porch. He was a magnate, a man of importance. "Bobby, you'll stay hidden," Rip said, his voice low and serious. "You'll be our eyes on the Lincoln Road, where they hit the stage. If they make a move on Con, that's where they'll take him. You'll be the signal." Bobby nodded, his face grim and determined. "I'll be in town," Rip continued. "I'll find a place to watch, a place to listen. I'll be the ghost. Con, you're the show." Con Featherton adjusted the string tie at his neck and gave them a theatrical bow. "Gentlemen, the curtain is about to rise. Try not to miss your cues." He swung into his saddle with an agility that belied his years. He looked down at Rip, his bright blue eyes sharp and serious for a moment. "You be careful, Rip. A cornered snake is the most dangerous." "You too, Con," Rip said. "Break a leg." Con smiled, a flash of white in his weathered face. "My boy," he said, "I intend to bring the whole house down." He spurred his horse and rode out of the canyon, a solitary, confident figure heading toward the lights of a town that was waiting for its next victim. Chapter 15. The cards, my good man, are like women. They are fickle, they are mysterious, and they will take every last dollar you have if you let them. The trick is not to care. Constantine Atherton, née Con Featherton, tossed his losing hand onto the poker table with a theatrical sigh. He laughed, a booming, wheezing sound that ended in a fit of coughing. He pulled a silk handkerchief from the pocket of his stolen vest and dabbed at his lips. "Another $100, gone like a whisper in a hurricane," he announced to the table and to the saloon at large. "Simpson, another bottle of your finest poison for my friends here. The pain of losing is so much more pleasant when shared." The Red Lion Saloon was buzzing. It had been 2 days since the fire and the jailbreak, and the town had settled into a state of sullen, simmering anger. The posse had returned empty-handed, having found only a dead horse and cold ashes at Bobby Stone's cabin. The official story, crafted by George St. John, was that the gambler Campbell and the Stone boy were partners in crime, murderers who had silenced their accomplice Wilkes before fleeing. Wanted posters were already being printed. Into this grim atmosphere, Constantine Atherton had arrived like a one-man circus. He'd taken the best room at the hotel, Rip's old room, and had immediately set about losing money with an enthusiasm that bordered on artistry. At a corner table, George St. John watched the performance over the rim of a beer mug. His eyes were narrowed, his expression a mixture of suspicion and predatory interest. Beside him, Burro Sam was practically drooling. "Look at him, George," Sam whispered, his voice thick with greed. "Just throws it away. Like it's nothing." "Nobody has that much money," St. John said, his voice a low murmur. "It's an act. He's a charlatan." "I don't know," Sam said, his eyes fixed on the thick roll of bills Con had placed on the table. "He looks real to me. Talks like a man who's never been hungry a day in his life. And that cough, he ain't long for this world, George. It'd be a shame for all that money to end up with some lawyer back east." St. John didn't answer. He watched as Con lost another hand, this time laughing so hard he started coughing again. He watched him buy a round of drinks for the entire saloon, paying with a $20 gold piece and telling Simpson to keep the change. It was too perfect, too loud, too easy. And yet, the money was real. He'd seen the man's bankroll himself when Atherton had checked into the hotel. It was thick enough to stop a bullet. "Find out where he came from," St. John muttered to Sam. "Talk to the ostler. See if his horse is branded. See what's in his saddlebags. Be discreet." "Discreet is my middle name," Sam said, heaving himself out of his chair and lumbering toward the door. Rip Campbell watched it all from a crack in a boarded-up window of the abandoned laundry across the street. The room smelled of mildew and stale soap. He'd been there for 2 days, living on jerky and stale water. His world shrunk to this dusty 10-by-10 box. His shoulder was a constant, throbbing ache, a reminder of the stakes. He watched Con play his part, a maestro conducting an orchestra of fools, and felt a surge of admiration. The old man was magnificent. He also watched St. John. He saw the suspicion warring with the greed. St. John was a careful man. He wouldn't bite until he was sure the bait was real. And he wouldn't bite if he thought there were other predators circling. That meant he had to be sure the Campbell and Stone problem was truly gone. That evening, Rip saw his fears confirmed. He watched Burro Sam slip out of the Red Lion and head not for the livery, but for the hotel. A few minutes later, St. John followed. Rip's heart hammered against his ribs. He'd known they would check his old room eventually. He'd left nothing behind, but their very presence there meant they were still hunting him. He slipped out the back of the laundry and moved through the alleys, circling around to the rear of the hotel. He found a spot in the deep shadows of the woodshed, his Colt in his hand. He could hear their voices from the open window of his old room on the second floor. "Nothing," Burro Sam was saying. "Clean as a whistle. Like he just vanished." "Nobody just vanishes," St. John's voice answered, sharp with irritation. "He's out there somewhere. Him and the boy. Wounded." "Maybe they kept riding," Sam suggested hopefully. "Maybe they're halfway to Mexico by now." "Maybe," St. John said, but his tone was full of doubt. "A man like Campbell doesn't run from a fight. He changes the rules. That fire, that was his move. It was too clever for a hot-headed kid." There was a pause. "We'll post a bigger reward. $500. Dead or alive. Someone will turn them in. A man can't stay hidden forever when that kind of money is on his head." Rip felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. St. John wasn't letting it go. He was still in the game. "What about the old fella?" Sam asked, his voice returning to the subject he cared about. "Atherton. Did you see that roll? He's got to have $10,000 on him." "If it's real," St. John cautioned. "I don't like it. It's too convenient. A man that rich doesn't just wander into a town like this." "Maybe he's just a fool," Sam said. "A rich fool. The best kind." There was another long silence. Rip could picture St. John standing at the window, staring out at the town he now controlled, weighing the risks. "Tomorrow," St. John said finally, his voice decisive. "Tomorrow, we find out if he's a fool or a phantom. Keep an eye on him. See what his plans are. If he's what he says he is, he'll make a mistake. And when he does, we'll be there." Rip slipped away, his mind racing. The trap was working, but it was a fragile thing. St. John's caution was the one variable he hadn't fully counted on. He needed Con to force the man's hand. The next day, Con did just that. He spent the morning losing at poker, and the afternoon buying drinks and telling increasingly outlandish stories about his wealth. Finally, in the late afternoon, he stood up from his table at the Red Lion, swaying slightly, and made his grand announcement. "Gentlemen," he slurred, holding up a half-empty whiskey bottle, "you have been gracious hosts to a weary traveler. But alas, my business here is concluded." He coughed, a deep rattling sound. "I have found what I was looking for in these magnificent hills. A vein of gold so rich it makes a man weep." A hush fell over the saloon. St. John, sitting in his usual corner, leaned forward. "Therefore," Con continued, "I shall be departing in the morning. I'm taking the early stage. The Lincoln Road. A man of my delicate health prefers to travel in comfort." He took a long drink from the bottle. "And so, one final round for my friends in Roaring River. For you have entertained me immensely." He tossed his thick bankroll onto the bar. "Drink up. Drink until you forget your names." It was a masterful stroke. He'd named the time and the place. He'd established his bona fides with a final, spectacular display of wealth. And he'd given them a deadline. Rip, watching from his dusty window, saw St. John and Burro Sam exchange a look. It was a look of pure, decided avarice. The last of St. John's caution had been washed away by the sheer, glittering size of the prize. The snake had seen the rat, and it was ready to strike. As dusk fell, Rip saw them leave the saloon. They didn't go to the hotel. They went to the livery. A few minutes later, they rode out of town, heading east. Heading toward the Lincoln Road to get into position. To get their tools. To get the stolen peril from its hiding place before they made their move on Con. The stage was set. All the actors were moving to their places. Rip gathered his meager supplies. The Winchester, the pistols, the last of his jerky. He looked out the window one last time at the town. It looked peaceful in the twilight, a quiet little mining town nestled in the mountains. It was a lie. It was a stage for a play of greed and murder, and the final act was about to begin. He slipped out the back of the laundry, a ghost leaving his tomb, and melted into the deep blue shadows of the coming night. He had a long walk ahead of him, and a rendezvous with destiny on a lonely stretch of road. Chapter 16. See anything? The whisper was carried on the pre-dawn wind, a ghost of a sound from the rocks above. Rip Campbell didn't look up. He kept his eyes fixed on the pale, dusty ribbon of the Lincoln Road below, a snake winding through the canyon. "Just shadows," Rip whispered back, his voice a low rasp. "Get back in place. Stay there until you hear my shot. Not before." "I hear you," Bobby's voice came back, tight with nerves and cold. A moment later, the shadow of the boy's head disappeared from the ridge above. Rip settled himself deeper into the rocky crevice he'd chosen for his perch. It was cold, the kind of deep, biting cold that seeps into a man's bones. The sun was still a vague promise behind the jagged peaks to the east. He'd been in position for 2 hours, motionless, letting the landscape absorb him. The Winchester felt like a part of his arm, its cold metal a familiar comfort. His wounded shoulder throbbed in time with his own slow heartbeat, a dull metronome counting down the minutes. His position was good. He was tucked into a cluster of granite boulders, about 50 feet above the road, with a clear view of the narrow pass where St. John had ambushed the stagecoach before. It was the logical place for a second attempt. A sharp bend, high rock walls on both sides. A perfect kill box. Bobby was higher up, on the opposite canyon wall, giving them a clean crossfire. If everything went according to plan. But Rip knew plans were like poker hands. You could have 4 aces and still lose to a man with a gun under the table. He scanned the opposite wall again, but couldn't see Bobby. Good. The kid was learning. He was all fire and righteous anger, but he had a core of good sense. He had his father's courage, but maybe, just maybe, he had his mother's caution. Rip hoped so. A flicker of movement below caught his eye. A man, moving low and fast, darting between the boulders near the road. It was St. John. He carried a rifle and a coil of rope. He moved with a predator's economy, his scarecrow frame blending into the gray morning light. He settled himself into a niche in the rock wall, not 100 yards from Rip's own position. He was so close Rip could have hit him with a well-thrown rock. A thin, cold smile touched Rip's lips. It was perfect. St. John had chosen the exact spot Rip had predicted. He was confident, arrogant, certain that his only remaining enemies were miles away, running for their lives. He wouldn't be looking up. He wouldn't be expecting a ghost to be sitting on his shoulder. Rip shifted his gaze, scanning the area around St. John's position. He saw no sign of Burro Sam. That figured. St. John would handle the actual ambush himself. Sam was likely a quarter-mile down the road, holding the horses, ready for a quick getaway. The fat man was a coward, not a gunman. He was a follower, a jackal who fed on the scraps of another man's kills. Rip dismissed him from his calculations. It was a gambler's mistake, misreading one of the players at the table. And it was about to cost him dearly. The sky began to lighten, the gray turning to a soft, bruised purple. The stars faded. The details of the canyon sharpened, the thorny arms of an ocotillo, the sharp edge of a rock, the dark stain of a lizard's shadow. Then he heard it. A distant rumble, the creak of leather and wood. The stagecoach. Rip's body went taut. He pushed the Winchester forward, the barrel resting in a notch between 2 rocks. He sighted down the long barrel, finding the spot where St. John was hidden. He could see the glint of the man's rifle barrel. He didn't aim for St. John himself. Not yet. He aimed for a flat rock just above his head. The plan wasn't to kill him outright. It was to trap him, to force a confession. The stagecoach rounded the bend, a lumbering, swaying beast pulled by 4 tired horses. It looked vulnerable, a foolish intrusion into this wild, dangerous place. Rip could see the driver, a new man he didn't recognize, slumped in his seat. And sitting next to him, wrapped in a thick traveling cloak, was Confrontation, playing the part of the rich, sick old man to perfection. The coach drew level with St. John's position. This was the moment. St. John rose from his hiding place, the rifle coming to his shoulder. He stepped into the road, a commanding figure of death. Halt! St. John's voice boomed, echoing off the canyon walls. The driver pulled back on the reins, the horses snorting and stamping in confusion. Confrontation looked down at St. John, his face a mask of frail, indignant surprise. Rip smiled. The trap was set. He shifted his aim from the rock above St. John's head to the man himself. He would wound him, pin him down. Then he would give Bobby the signal to show himself. They would have him. He took a breath, letting half of it out, his finger tightening on the trigger. Crack. The shot came from nowhere. It didn't come from St. John below him. It came from above him, from his left, from a place he had never thought to look. The bullet didn't hit him. It struck the rock, inches from his face with the force of a sledgehammer. A spray of granite dust and sharp, hot fragments exploded into his eyes, blinding him. He cried out, an involuntary gasp of shock and pain, dropping the Winchester and clawing at his face. For a terrifying second, he couldn't see. The world was a smear of blackness and flashing lights. Burro Sam. The fat man wasn't holding the horses. He was up on the canyon rim, 100 feet above Rip, in a sniper's nest St. John must have prepared for him. He'd been watching the whole time. He'd seen Rip get into position. They hadn't been fooled. They had set a trap of their own. Rip blinked furiously, his vision slowly returning in a watery, painful blur. He could see the scene below him now, but it was tilted at a crazy angle. St. John was no longer aiming at the stagecoach. He was aiming up at Rip's position. Rip scrambled for his rifle, his mind screaming at his own stupidity. He'd underestimated the fat man. He'd broken the first rule of the game: know every card at the table. He found the Winchester, his fingers closing around the smooth wood. But it was too late. As he tried to push himself up, his boots, slick with the morning dew on the smooth rock, slipped out from under him. He had been balanced on a narrow ledge, and now his balance was gone. He felt a moment of weightlessness, a sickening lurch in the pit of his stomach. The sky and the earth swapped places. He saw the shocked face of Bobby Stone, peering down from the opposite ridge. He saw the triumphant, snarling face of St. John. He heard the opening shot of the battle below, as the stagecoach driver suddenly produced a shotgun. Then he was falling. He didn't fall far, not at first. He hit a steep, shale-covered slope 10 feet below his perch. The loose rock slid under him like a river of sharp, broken glass. He tumbled head over heels, his wounded shoulders screaming in protest, his arms and legs flailing for a handhold that wasn't there. He was a passenger on a small private avalanche, gathering speed as he slid down the dark, unforgiving face of the embankment. The sounds of the gunfight above him grew distant, swallowed by the roar of sliding rock and the blood pounding in his ears. Chapter 17. The canyon exploded. The instant Rip disappeared in a river of falling rock, the stagecoach driver, a man who had seemed half asleep, moved with the speed of a striking snake. The shotgun he'd had hidden under his seat bucked in his hands, unleashing a deafening roar of fire and smoke. The blast tore into the rock wall just over St. John's head, peppering him with stone chips and forcing him to dive for cover. At the same moment, Confrontation threw off his heavy cloak, and the persona of a sick old man with it. In his hand was a big Colt peacemaker that seemed to appear from nowhere. The frail, wheezing cough was gone, replaced by the hard, clear voice of a man giving orders in a firefight. "Down," he yelled, shoving the driver off the seat and onto the floorboards of the coach. "Give 'em hell, son." From his perch on the high ridge, Bobby Stone saw it all. He saw Rip's position get hit. He saw his friend, the only man who had believed him, the man who had come back for him, pitch over the side and vanish into the shale. A raw, guttural cry of pure rage tore from his throat. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just acted. He launched himself over the edge of the ridge, half running, half sliding down the steep scrub-covered incline, his boots digging for purchase, his own Colt bucking in his hand. He fired down at St. John's position, his shots wild, but forcing the man to stay pinned behind his boulder. "You murdering bastard!" Bobby screamed, his voice echoing in the canyon. "I'm coming for you, St. John." Down on the road, the world had become a whirlwind of noise, smoke, and flying lead. St. John, caught completely by surprise, was trapped. Below him, the stagecoach had become a makeshift fortress, the shotgun booming every few seconds. Above him, a madman was charging down the canyon wall, raining bullets down on his position. His perfect trap had turned on him. Sam, St. John shrieked, his voice thin with panic. Shoot them! Shoot them all! Up on the high rim, Burro Sam, who had been enjoying his moment of triumph, scrambled to obey. He'd seen Rip fall and had assumed the fight was over. Now he swung his heavy buffalo rifle around, trying to draw a bead on the moving target that was Bobby. The kid was a difficult shot, weaving through the rocks and brush. Sam fired, the big gun kicking hard against his shoulder. The bullet plowed a furrow in the dirt a yard to Bobby's left. Bobby didn't even flinch. He was a force of nature now, an avalanche of pure vengeance. He hit the canyon floor running, never breaking stride. He vaulted over a fallen log and landed in the road, his boots kicking up dust. He was 50 yards from St. John. St. John rose from behind his cover, his face a twisted mask of fury. He'd lost control of the game, and it was making him reckless. He fired his rifle from the hip, the shots kicking up dust at Bobby's feet. You should have stayed dead, boy, he screamed. Bobby fired back, his pistol spitting flame. He kept advancing, walking straight into St. John's fire, a man who had already accepted death and had nothing left to lose. One of his shots struck the stock of St. John's rifle, sending a shock up the man's arms and making him drop the weapon. St. John stared at his numb hands for a second, then drew his own pistol. The fight was down to iron sights and nerve. From the stagecoach, Confrontation saw his moment. Burro Sam was distracted, trying to get a clear shot at the duel unfolding below. Con rested his pistol on the roof of the coach, took a steady two-handed grip, and aimed carefully at the puff of smoke from the high rim. It was a long shot, nearly 200 yards. He squeezed the trigger. Up on the rim, Burro Sam felt a giant fist slam into his gut. He looked down in stupid surprise at the dark spreading stain on his filthy shirt. The rifle slipped from his numb fingers. He made a soft, grunting sound, like a pig that had been stuck, and then he toppled forward, rolling out of his sniper's nest and beginning a long, clumsy tumble down the side of the canyon. Down below, Bobby and St. John were oblivious. They were in their own world of smoke and thunder. They fired at each other across the dusty road, bullets whining past their ears. Bobby felt a searing pain in his left arm and realized he'd been hit, but he barely noticed. He kept walking forward, his eyes locked on the man who had murdered his friend, the man who had tried to steal his life. St. John was backing away now, his confidence gone, a hunted look in his pale eyes. He was a planner, a schemer. He wasn't a gunfighter. He'd always had men like Wilkes to do this part for him. He fired his last shot, the hammer clicking on an empty chamber. He saw Bobby keep coming, his pistol still steady, his green eyes burning with a cold, righteous fire. Panic seized him. St. John turned and ran. He scrambled up the rocks toward the place where he'd stashed the stolen payroll, a small cave hidden behind a curtain of brush. It was his escape route, his retirement. You don't get to run, Bobby shouted. He took aim, his hand steady despite the fire in his arm. He shot St. John in the leg. The man screamed, a high, thin sound that was cut short as his leg gave out and he tumbled to the ground. He landed hard, his pistol skittering away. He tried to crawl, his fingers clawing at the dirt, dragging his useless leg behind him. Bobby walked slowly up to him, his boots crunching on the gravel. He stood over the man, his shadow falling across St. John's terrified face. St. John looked up at him, his mouth working, but no sounds came out. This is for Hugh Fenton, Bobby said, his voice cold and empty. He thumbed back the hammer of his Colt. Wait, St. John gasped, finding his voice. The gold, it's all here. Take it. It's yours. Just let me live. You think this is about gold? Bobby asked. He looked past St. John at the canyon, at the sky, at the place where he'd last seen Rip. His face was a mask of grief and loss. You took everything from me. He fired. The shot was flat and final in the sudden silence of the canyon. Bobby stood there for a long moment, the smoke from his pistol curling up into the still morning air. The gunfight was over. The silence that fell was more profound than the noise had been. The stagecoach driver and Con slowly stood up, their guns still ready. Then Bobby heard a groan. He turned to see the crumpled form of Burro Sam, who had come to rest at the bottom of the embankment. The fat man was alive, clutching his stomach, his face a mask of agony. He was trying to crawl away, leaving a dark trail in the dust behind him. Chapter 18. Please, don't let him get me. The voice was a wet, gurgling plea. Burro Sam lay in a crumpled heap at the bottom of the embankment, his hands clutching the bloody ruin of his stomach. His eyes, wide with terror and pain, weren't looking at Bobby Stone, who stood over him, pistol still smoking. They were staring past him, at the empty space where the canyon wall met the sky. "Who's going to get you, Sam?" Bobby asked, his own voice sounding distant and hollow in his ears. The fire of his rage had burned out, leaving behind only a cold, gray ash of exhaustion and grief. "Fenton," Sam whimpered, a string of bloody spittle on his lips. "I seen him. Up there. When you shot George." He was smiling. Con Featherton and the stagecoach driver, whose name was Miller, walked over, their guns still held at the ready. Con's face was grim, his theatrical bravado gone, replaced by the weary calm of a man who had seen too much of the world's ugliness. "He's got shot," Con said quietly, his voice all business. "He won't last long." He looked at Bobby, at the kid's pale, shocked face and the blood soaking his sleeve. "You're hit." "It's nothing," Bobby said, barely registering the pain in his arm. He knelt beside Burro Sam, bringing his face close to the dying man's. The smell of blood and fear was thick in the air. "Listen to me, Sam. St. John is dead. Wilkes is dead. It's over. You're the last one left." "No, not the last one," Sam gasped, his eyes rolling in his head. "Fenton's here. Waiting. He told me he would be. In the alley." Bobby's eyes flickered with a sudden, sharp memory. He remembered the story Rip had told him, about using his voice to scare Sam in the alley behind the Red Lion. Rip had planted the seed of this terror. Now, Bobby would harvest it. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, a harsh imitation of the ghostly voice Rip had described. "That's right, Sam. Fenton is here. And he wants to know why. Why did you let them hang him?" Sam started to sob, a pathetic blubbering sound. "It was George. All George. He killed Ed Halsey himself. Cut his throat while he was sleeping. Said Halsey was getting ready to tell the marshal about the claim jumping in Deadwood. And the poke." Bobby pressed, his voice like a rusty nail scraping on stone. "Halsey's poke. We took it," Sam cried, his body shuddering with a fresh wave of pain. "George made me. He made me put it in Fenton's cabin. Said Fenton was a drunk, a loner. Said no one would miss him. Said the town needed a hanging to feel safe, and then we could take whatever we wanted." He coughed, a spray of blood darkening his lips. "I didn't want to. I swear to God, I didn't." "But you did," Bobby whispered. "And now Fenton wants his gold back, Sam. He wants the payroll gold, too. He won't rest until he gets it. You can't meet your maker with stolen gold on your soul." Con Featherton watched, his bright blue eyes missing nothing. He understood what Bobby was doing, the grim theater of the dying confession. He stepped forward, his shadow falling over Sam. "The boy's right," Con said, his voice deep and resonant like a judge pronouncing sentence. "The devil's waiting for men like you, Sam. Your only chance at salvation is the truth. Where is the gold?" Sam's eyes were wild with terror now, darting from Bobby's face to Con's, and then back to the empty rocks where he saw his phantom accuser. "Don't let him take me to hell," he begged. "Please." "The gold, Sam," Bobby insisted, his voice relentless. "Where did you hide it?" "Not me, George," Sam gasped. "He didn't trust me with it. Said I was weak. He put it all together. Halsey's poke and the payroll from the stage. Said it was our retirement." "Where?" "The old Johnson place," Sam whispered, his voice fading. "The cabin. 2 miles up Willow Creek. It's been abandoned for years. Under the floorboards. Loose stone in the hearth." He pried it up, dug a hole. His words dissolved into a wet, rattling cough. His body gave a final, violent shudder, and then he went still. His eyes, now dull and glassy, stared up at the bright, indifferent sky. The silence that fell was absolute. The gunsmoke was clearing, carried away on the morning breeze. The canyon was just a canyon again, a place of rock and sun and silence, littered with the bodies of dead men. Confrontation reached down and closed Sam's staring eyes. "Well," he said softly, "there's your truth." Bobby stood up slowly, his body aching, his mind numb. He looked at the dead men. St. John. Burroughs Sam. He thought of Wilkes, back at the livery. It was over. He was free. His name was clear. But the victory felt as empty and as desolate as the canyon around him. "It wasn't worth it," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "What's that, son?" Con asked gently. "Rip," Bobby said, his voice breaking. "He's gone. We won, but he's gone." He turned and looked at the steep, shale-covered embankment where he'd last seen Rip fall. It was a long, ugly scar down the side of the canyon, ending in a pile of rocks and debris at the bottom. No man could have survived that fall. "We don't know that for sure," Con said, though his voice lacked conviction. "He was a tough man. And lucky." "His luck ran out," Bobby said bitterly. He started walking toward the rock slide, his steps unsteady. "I have to find him." "Kid, wait," Con called after him. "What's the plan?" "We have the confession. Miller here is a witness. We have the location of the gold. We can go back to Roaring River, prove your innocence." Bobby stopped and turned back, his green eyes burning with a new, desperate fire. "You go back," he said, his voice hard. "You tell them what happened. You dig up that gold. You clear my name, and you clear Hugh Fenton's name. That's what Rip wanted." He gestured toward the rock slide with his pistol. "I'm not leaving this canyon until I find him. I'm not leaving him behind." He turned without waiting for a reply and started to climb, his boots slipping on the loose shale, his hands grabbing for purchase on the sharp rocks. He was a solitary figure, wounded and exhausted, starting a hopeless search on a mountain of broken stone, refusing to believe that the man who had saved him was truly gone. Chapter 19. You want us to believe what, exactly? Marshal Wade Brennan's voice was flat, exhausted, and laced with a heavy dose of disbelief. He stood in the middle of his office, a space that smelled of stale coffee and desperation. The room was crowded. Judge Crane sat slumped in a chair, looking like a pile of laundry someone had forgotten. The big miner who'd been the jury foreman, a man named Hackett, stood by the door with his arms crossed, his face a thundercloud of suspicion. Confrontation, looking less like a mining magnate and more like a man who'd just crawled out of his own grave, stood before them. His fine suit was torn and covered in dust, but his eyes were clear and hard. The stagecoach driver, Miller, stood beside him, nodding his silent, grim confirmation. "You don't have to believe me, Marshal," Con said, his voice raspy. "You just have to believe your own eyes. Go up to the Johnson cabin on Willow Creek. Pry up the third stone from the left in the hearth. You'll find your stolen payroll. And next to it, you'll find Ed Halsey's black leather poke." "And how would you know that?" Hackett the foreman growled, taking a step forward. "Sounds to me like you were in on it." "I know it," Con said, turning his piercing blue eyes on the big miner, "because the man who put it there confessed it to me as he lay dying with a bullet in his belly. A man named Burrow Sam. He also confessed that his partner, George St. John, was the one who murdered Ed Halsey, and that they framed Hugh Fenton for it, and that they framed Bobby Stone for the stage robbery." A thick, ugly silence filled the room. The story was monstrous, unbelievable. It painted every man in Roaring River as a fool, or worse, an accessory to murder. "Lies," Hackett spat. "A story cooked up by a couple of killers to save their own skins. We all know Stone and that gambler Campbell shot Wilkes and busted out of town." "They did," Con agreed calmly. "After they saved my life. After they stopped St. John and his crew from murdering me and Mr. Miller here, and making off with the payroll for a second time." He looked at Miller. "Tell them." Miller, a simple man not given to speeches, cleared his throat. "It's like he says. They ambushed us. St. John and Sam. They were gonna kill us all. Then the kid, Stone, he came down that hill like a damn angel of vengeance. And the gambler, he was up in the rocks. They saved us. St. John, Wilkes, and Sam are all dead up in that canyon. We saw the bodies." "So where are Campbell and the boy now?" Marshal Brennan asked, his eyes searching Con's face for the lie. "The boy is up in the hills looking for his friend," Con said, his voice softening for the first time. "The gambler, Campbell, he took a bad fall during the fight. A very bad fall. The boy refuses to leave without finding him." Hackett let out a harsh laugh. "Convenient. The two main culprits are gone, and you show up with this wild tale. I say we lock these two up until we get the real story. And I say you're a fool who is desperate not to admit he helped hang an innocent man and was ready to do it again." Con shot back, his voice cracking like a whip. The old actor was back, his eyes blazing. "You were so hungry for a villain, so terrified of looking like you'd made a mistake with Fenton, that you were willing to believe any lies St. John fed you. He played you like a cheap fiddle." Hackett's face turned purple, and he took a menacing step toward Con. Marshal Brennan moved between them. "That's enough, Hackett," Brennan said, his hand resting on his pistol. "There's one way to settle this." He looked at Con. "The Johnson cabin." "I'll take you there myself," Con said. "I've got a vested interest. Part of that payroll belongs to my employers." An hour later, a posse of a different sort rode out of Roaring River. It wasn't a mob this time. It was a grim, silent group of 6 men, led by Marshal Brennan. Con rode beside him, with Miller and a still fuming Hackett right behind. They didn't speak, the only sounds the creak of saddle leather and the plodding of the horses. The town they left behind was buzzing with rumor and confusion. The citizens gathered in small, anxious groups, not sure what to believe. The Johnson cabin was a sad, collapsing affair, its roof sagging, its windows vacant eyes staring into nothing. The door hung on one hinge. "He said the hearth," Con directed, swinging down from his horse. "Third stone from the left." They crowded into the single, dusty room. The air was stale, smelling of rot and abandonment. The stone hearth was covered in rubble and rat droppings. Hackett and another man started clearing it away. They found the loose stone easily. It was just as Sam had described. Using a crowbar from his saddle, Hackett pried the stone up. It came away with a grating sound, revealing a dark square hole beneath. Marshal Brennan knelt, holding a lantern over the hole. The light fell on a stack of canvas sacks, stenciled with the name of the Black Hills Mining Corporation. And sitting on top of them, looking almost black in the dim light, was a worn leather poke tied shut with a leather thong. No one spoke. The silence was thick with the weight of their colossal mistake. Hackett stared into the hole, his face ashen. He reached in with a trembling hand and lifted out the poke. He didn't have to open it. Everyone in the room had seen it before, held up as evidence in the warehouse trial. It was Ed Halsey's. "My God," Judge Crane whispered from the doorway. "What have we done?" They rode back to town with the gold, the canvas sacks heavy with both metal and gilt. The news spread before they even reached the main street. When they rode in, the town was waiting for them. The people were silent, their faces a mixture of shame, anger, and fear. They looked at the bags of gold, at the leather poke in Hackett's hand, and they knew. The truth was a harsh, ugly thing, and it offered no comfort. Marshal Brennan reined in his horse in front of the Red Lion Saloon. He held up the poke. "Burro Sam confessed before he died," the marshal announced, his voice carrying in the dead silence. "George St. John murdered Ed Halsey. They planted this poke in Hugh Fenton's cabin. Fenton was innocent. He let that sink in. They also murdered the stage driver and guard. They were going to frame Bobby Stone for it. The boy is innocent, too. He and the gambler Campbell are the ones who stopped them. They saved the payroll. They brought the real killers to justice." A woman in the crowd started to cry, a low, heartbroken sob. A man cursed, a bitter, angry sound. Hackett sat on his horse like a man made of stone, staring at the poke in his hand as if it were a venomous snake. He had been the one. He had kicked the box. The town didn't cheer. There was no celebration of justice served. There was only a profound, soul-deep shame. They had been played for fools by a smooth-talking man, and their pride and fear had made them complicit in the murder of one of their own. They had become the very thing they'd formed a vigilance committee to fight against, a lawless mob. As the crowd began to break up, drifting away in small silent groups, unable to look each other in the eye, Confrontation found himself standing alone. The play was over. The truth was out. But there was no applause. He looked up at the mountains, their peaks turning gold in the late afternoon sun. Up there, a wounded boy was searching a rock slide for a friend, for the only person who had believed in him. The town had its justice, but for Bobby Stone, the reckoning was far from over. Chapter 20. What do you do with the body of a man you murdered? The question hung in the dead air of the Red Lion Saloon. It was just past noon, a time when the place should have been bustling with miners grabbing a quick whiskey and a bite to eat. Instead, it was nearly empty. Simpson stood behind the bar, polishing the same glass for the 10th time. Marshal Wade Brennan sat alone at a table, a full bottle and an empty glass in front of him. He hadn't touched a drop. The man who had spoken was Hackett. The big miner who had been the jury foreman, the man who had kicked the box, stood in the doorway, his large frame seeming to shrink in the space. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. His face was gray, his eyes haunted. "You give him a proper burial," Marshal Brennan said, his voice rough with fatigue. He didn't look at Hackett. He stared at the patterns the dust made on his tabletop. "You give him a funeral. You say the words. You put up a stone." A stone. Hackett walked slowly to the bar, his boots heavy on the floorboards. "What do you write on a stone for a man like Hugh Fenton? Here lies a man we killed because we were fools." He let out a harsh, barking laugh that had no humor in it. "Or maybe, here lies a man who died to prove how stupid we are." Simpson set the glass down with a sharp click. "That's enough, Hackett." "Is it?" Hackett spun on the bartender, his eyes wild. "Is it enough? We strung him up like a side of beef. We cheered while he kicked. I saw women with their children watching. And for what? For a lie, told by a man with red hair and a silver tongue." He slammed his big fist on the bar, making the glasses jump. It ain't enough. It'll never be enough. Then what do you want to do? Brennan asked, finally looking up. His eyes were red-rimmed but steady. Do you want to flog yourself in the street? Do you want to build a monument to our shame? He stood up, his chair scraping back. We made a mistake. A terrible one. One that cost a man his life. We can't undo it. All we can do is try to make it right for the ones who are left. The boy, Hackett said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Stone. And the gambler, Brennan added. The ones who did our job for us. The ones who cleaned up our mess while we were getting ready to make another one. The weight of it settled in the room, heavy and suffocating as mine dust. The whole town felt it. For 2 days, Roaring River had been a ghost of itself. Men walked with their heads down, avoiding each other's eyes. Wives whispered behind closed doors. The sound of laughter was gone from the streets, replaced by a grim, pervasive silence. The truth hadn't brought relief. It had brought a profound collective shame that was a poison in the town's soul. I went to see Doc Brennan this morning, the marshal said, his voice low. I asked him to exhume the body. We're moving him from that patch of weeds out on the edge of town to the plot next to the church. We're having a service tomorrow. He looked Hackett straight in the eye. You should be there. Hackett flinched as if struck. Me? You most of all, Brennan said, his voice devoid of pity. You, me, Judge Crane, every man who was on that jury. We're all going to stand there. We're all going to look at that new grave. And we're going to remember. That's how it starts. Later that afternoon, a notice appeared on the door of the marshal's office, hammered in place by Brennan himself. It was written in Judge Crane's spidery, elegant hand, but the words had the force of iron. By order of the duly appointed law of Roaring River, it began. All so-called committees of vigilance are hereby declared illegal and permanently disbanded. All matters of justice, including capital crimes, will henceforth be handled by this office and be subject to the full process of the territorial courts. Any man attempting to take the law into his own hands will be subject to immediate arrest and prosecution. Justice will be served in a courtroom, not from the end of a rope. It was a declaration of war on the town's own worst instincts. It was an admission of failure and a promise of change. Men would gather in front of it, read it in silence, and walk away without a word. The era of the mob was over. Rip Campbell would have appreciated the irony. He had come to town a cynical observer, a man who played the odds but never the game of life and death. He had been drawn in by the ghost of an old friendship, and in the end he had become the town's conscience, a phantom who had held up a mirror and forced them to see the monsters they had become. The cost of that lesson was still being counted. 2 men dead in the street. 3 more in a canyon. And Rip himself lost to the mountains. Vengeance had been paid in full, with interest, and the town was bankrupt. As evening approached, Hackett found himself standing in front of the livery. He wasn't a thinking man by nature. He was a man of action, of simple solutions. He saw a problem, he hit it. It was how he'd lived his whole life. But his fists couldn't fix this. He saw Tom Bradley, the miner who had lied about the neckerchief, coming out of the general store. Bradley tried to turn away, to avoid him, but Hackett called out his name. Bradley. Wait. Bradley stopped, his shoulders slumped. What do you want, Hackett? I want to know why, Hackett said, walking over to him. Why'd you lie? About the kid's neckerchief. Bradley stared at his own boots. St. John, he paid me $50. Said the kid was a troublemaker, that the town would be better off without him. Said it was for the best. He looked up, his eyes miserable. $50. That's what a boy's life was worth to me. Hackett didn't say anything. He just nodded. He understood. It wasn't just the money. It was the need to be right, the fear of being wrong. St. John had offered them an easy answer, and they had all taken it. The marshal's right, Hackett said, his voice rough. We can't undo it. But he was wrong about one thing. Saying the words over a grave, that ain't enough. He looked up at the mountains, the peaks glowing like embers in the last light of the setting sun. There's a boy up there, wounded, looking for his friend in a pile of rocks. He did our job for us. He showed us what real justice looks like. He turned and looked at Bradley, and then at a few other miners who had stopped to listen. I ain't much for praying, and I'm damn tired of being a fool. I'm riding out. In the morning, I'm going to help that kid find his friend, or what's left of him. It wasn't a plea. It was a statement. He turned and walked into the livery to get his horse ready, leaving the other men standing in the street. For a moment, no one moved. Then Tom Bradley, his face set in a new, grim determination, followed him. A moment later, 2 more men turned and walked into the livery. Atonement wasn't going to be found in a church. It was waiting for them up in the cold, unforgiving silence of the mountains. Chapter 21. The first thing he remembered was the pain. It wasn't the sharp, clean fire of a bullet wound anymore. It was a deep, sullen, grinding ache that had settled into his bones, a permanent resident in the house of his body. The second thing he remembered was a face, smeared with dirt and tears, hovering over him, shouting his name. Marta's eyes, full of a desperate, terrified hope. Don't you die on me, Campbell. Don't you dare. Rip Campbell opened his own eyes. The world was a blurry canvas of gray rock. He was in a cave, small and smelling of damp earth and wood smoke. A fire, little more than a pile of glowing embers, fought a losing battle against the chill. He was lying on a bed of pine boughs, covered by his own bedroll. He tried to sit up, and a galaxy of pain exploded behind his eyes. His left shoulder was a ball of fire, and his right leg felt like it had been trampled by a stampede. Easy now, a voice said. Bobby Stone knelt beside him, pressing him gently back down. The boy looked older. The last of the softness had been scoured from his face, leaving behind the hard planes and sharp angles of a man who had looked into the abyss. How long? Rip's voice was a dry croak. 4 days, Bobby said. He held a canteen to Rip's lips. The water was cool and sweet. I found you at the bottom of the rock slide. Your leg was broken. Shoulder's not good. I thought you were dead. His voice cracked on the last word. Not yet, Rip rasped. Bad habit of drawing to inside straights. He looked around the small cave. Where are we? About 5 miles from the canyon. A place my father showed me once. Said you could hide from God himself up here. Bobby managed a weak smile. Looks like he was right. For 4 days, Bobby had tended to him. He'd set the leg as best he could, splinting it with straight branches and strips of his own shirt. He'd kept the shoulder wound clean. He'd hunted, bringing back a scrawny rabbit that they'd roasted over the fire. He had kept Rip alive through sheer, stubborn will. You should have left me, Rip said, his voice flat. Should have kept riding. I owed you, Bobby said simply. Besides, I wasn't leaving my partner behind. The word hung in the air between them. Partner. Rip had never had a partner, not really. He'd had associates, opponents, marks. He had once had a friend. But a partner was something else. A partner meant you had a stake in the outcome, a share in the winnings and the losses. How's the town? Rip asked, changing the subject. Quiet, from what I can see, Bobby said. I've been watching from the ridge. They haven't sent any more posses. It's like they just gave up. They didn't give up, a new voice said from the mouth of the cave. They just didn't know where to look. Bobby was on his feet in an instant, his Colt in his hand. Rip struggled to reach for his own gun. Standing there, blinking in the dim light, was Hackett, the big miner. Behind him stood Tom Bradley, and two other men Rip recognized from the town. They weren't holding rifles. Their hands were empty. What do you want? Bobby snarled, his body a tense line of aggression. Hackett looked not at Bobby, but at Rip, lying helpless on the pine boughs. He took his hat off, turning the dusty brim over and over in his big, clumsy hands. We came to help, Hackett said, his voice rough with an emotion Rip couldn't place. The old man, Featherton, he told us where you might be. Said the kid wouldn't leave the canyon. He took a hesitant step into the cave. We heard what happened. All of it. The confession. The gold. He looked at Bobby. Your name is cleared, kid. So is Fenton's. A little late for Fenton, Bobby said bitterly. Aye, Hackett agreed, his gaze falling to the floor. It is. He looked back at Rip. We brought supplies. A mule. We can get you back to town. Doc Brennan can set that leg proper. Rip studied the men's faces. He saw no malice there. He saw shame, confusion, and a deep, weary guilt. He saw men who had looked into the mirror he had held up and had been shattered by what they saw. Why? Rip asked, his voice a hoarse whisper. Why help us? Because you did what we should have done, Hackett said, his voice thick. Because we were fools. And because saying you're sorry over a grave ain't enough. He looked at Bobby again. We want to make it right. They stayed for 2 days. They built a proper travois to carry Rip. They shared their food and their coffee. They told them the news from town. They described the funeral for Hugh Fenton, held in the churchyard, attended by every man, woman, and child in Roaring River. They told him about the marshal's decree, ending the reign of the Vigilance Committee. Roaring River was a town in mourning for its own soul. On the 3rd day, they carried Rip down from the mountain. It was a slow, agonizing journey. Every jolt of the travois sent waves of fire through his body. But through it all, Bobby was there, walking beside him, his hand steady on the frame, his presence a constant, silent reassurance. When they reached the outskirts of town, people came out of their houses to watch. They didn't cheer. They didn't shout. They just stood in silence, their faces solemn, watching the strange procession. The wounded gambler, the exonerated boy, and the committee of miners who had come to bring them home. It was a parade of ghosts, a public penance. They took him straight to Doc Brennan's office. The doc, his face grim, set the leg and cleaned the shoulder. You're a lucky man, Campbell, he said, wrapping a fresh bandage. An inch either way with that bullet, and we'd be planning a second funeral. Half an inch either way with that leg bone, and you'd never walk straight again. I've always had a fortunate disposition, Rip said through gritted teeth. They put him in a clean bed at the hotel, not his old room, but the big suite Constantine Atherton had occupied. The town insisted on paying for it. Con Featherton sat in a chair by the window, a glass of whiskey in his hand. You missed a fine performance, Con said, a twinkle in his eye. The town is awash in guilt. They're talking about putting up a statue to you. Tell them not to bother, Rip said. Just pay my hotel bill. Bobby stayed with him, rarely leaving the room. He was quiet, watchful. The anger was gone, but so was the boyish fire. He was a man now, and he was trying to figure out what that meant in a world that had almost destroyed him. What will you do now? Rip asked him one evening, as the sun set behind the mountains. I don't know, Bobby said, staring out the window. My claim's still there. The gold St. John gave me. The marshal is holding it for me. Says it's mine to keep, a down payment on what the town owes me. He turned from the window. What about you? When you're healed up, will you move on? Find another game in another town? It was the question Rip had been asking himself. He was a gambler. A drifter. He didn't belong anywhere. His job here was done. The debt to his friend was paid. He could leave. He could ride out and never look back, just like he'd done in Lewistown. But when he looked at Bobby, he didn't see just Buckstone's son. He saw a young man who was standing on the edge of a cliff. He could fall into bitterness and hate, or he could build a life. And Rip, for reasons he didn't fully understand, felt a sudden, fierce need to see which way he'd go. He'd played the hand fate had dealt him, had bluffed and cheated and won. But the pot wasn't just money. It was this boy's future. It was this town's soul. And he found, to his own surprise, that he wasn't ready to cash in his chips. I don't know, Rip said, echoing the boy's words. He looked at his hands, the long, slender fingers of a card sharp. Maybe. Or maybe I'll stick around for a while. See how the cards fall. He looked at Bobby, a slow smile touching his lips. I hear there's an opening for a faro dealer at the Red Lion. And I've always been partial to a town that knows how to pay its debts. Chapter 22. The days settled into a quiet rhythm, measured by the changing light in the hotel room window and the slow, agonizing mending of bone and flesh. Rip Campbell spent most of his time in the big hotel bed, his splinted leg propped on a pillow, his shoulder a constant dull complaint. He played solitaire on a blanket, the cards a familiar, soothing weight in his hands. He was a man built for motion, for the quiet tension of the card table and the anonymity of the road, and the forced stillness was a prison more confining than any jail cell. Bobby was his warden and his nurse. The boy was a quiet, constant presence, changing Rip's bandages, bringing him meals from the eatery, reading to him from week-old newspapers. He rarely spoke of the gunfight in the canyon or the hanging that had started it all. He was like a man who had walked through fire and was now carefully examining his own skin, trying to figure out which parts were still his and which had been burned away forever. One evening, as the last of the sun painted the mountain peaks a bruised purple, Bobby sat in the chair by the window, cleaning Rip's Colt with a practiced, steady hand. The room was quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of the oiled rag on metal. Tell me about him, Bobby said, his voice soft, not looking up from his work. My father. Rip placed a black queen on a red king, his hands moving automatically. What do you want to know? Everything, Bobby said. I was only 8 when he was killed. I remember his laugh. I remember him teaching me to ride. But I don't remember the man. Not really. And you knew him. As a man. Rip paused his game, looking at the boy. It was the first time Bobby had asked directly. The first time he had been ready to look back. Rip owed him the truth. All of it. Your father, Rip began, his voice a low rumble, was the best and worst man I ever knew. He was loud, and fought too much and drank more than was good for him. He was stubborn as a Missouri mule, and had a temper that could peel paint off a church door. Rip smiled faintly. He was also the most loyal friend a man could ask for. He'd give you the shirt off his back in a blizzard, and then fight the blizzard for you. We rode into Lewistown with nothing but trail dust in our pockets, and a shared belief that we were smarter and tougher than anyone else in the world. For a while, we were right. He told Bobby about the early days, about working claims that barely paid for beans and bacon, about the saloon brawls and the poker games that lasted until dawn. He painted a picture of two young men drunk on life, convinced of their own immortality. "And my mother?" Bobby asked, his voice barely a whisper. He had stopped cleaning the gun and was now just holding it, his knuckles white. Rip's gaze drifted to the window, to the darkening sky. "Marta," he said, and the name itself was a memory, a taste of something long lost. "Your mother was different. She wasn't like the other women in a town like Lewistown. There was a stillness to her, a kind of grace. She worked in her father's assay office, and she was smarter than any 3 men in that town. She saw the world for what it was, but she chose to believe in the good in it anyway." He fell silent, and in that silence Bobby heard the part of the story Rip wasn't telling. "You loved her," Bobby said. It wasn't a question. Rip didn't deny it. "We both did," he said, his voice flat. "Buck and I. It wasn't something we ever talked about. It was just there. A shadow that fell between us. For a time, the 3 of us were the best of friends. We were a unit. But things like that can't last. A friendship is built for 2. A third person makes it a different kind of geometry." "What happened?" "What always happens," Rip said. "She made a choice. She chose your father." He remembered the night of the dance, the pain of it still a faint, ghostly ache. "She loved him. And he loved her in a way I couldn't." Buck's love was like a bonfire. It was big and loud, and warm enough to be seen for miles. My feelings, they were more like a gambler's holdout card, kept close to the vest. I didn't know how to love like he did. He told Bobby about his decision to leave, about the last conversation with Buck. "He asked me not to go," Rip said, staring at his hands. "He knew why I was leaving. He wasn't a fool. He said we were brothers, that it didn't have to change anything. But he was wrong. It changed everything. To stay would have been a lie. I would have watched them together, watched them build a life, have children, and a part of me would have hated him for it. And I couldn't do that. I owed our friendship more than that. So I wrote out. I told myself it was the honorable thing to do." "It was," Bobby said fiercely. "Was it?" Rip looked at him, his eyes holding a decade of regret. "Or was it the coward's way out?" "I ran, Bobby. I ran from the one real thing I ever had because I was afraid of the pain. And what was the result? Your father got himself killed a year later. If I had been there, maybe it would have gone differently. Maybe I could have stopped him from picking that fight. Maybe I could have watched his back." He shook his head. "A man can run from a place, but he can't run from the consequences. They follow you. They find you in a town called Roaring River 10 years later." Bobby was silent for a long time, turning the story over in his mind. He was seeing his parents not as the saints of his childhood memory, but as real people, flawed and passionate, caught in a story bigger than any of them. He was seeing the man in front of him, not as a cynical gambler, but as a man who had sacrificed his own happiness for the sake of a friend. "When I was a kid," Bobby said slowly, "after he died, my mother used to tell me stories about him. But she also told me stories about his best friend, the one who rode away. She never said your name. She just called you the quiet one." He looked at Rip, his eyes clear and steady. "She said you were the wisest man she ever knew. She said you left because you knew my father needed to be the man of the family, and he couldn't do that with you standing beside him, making him feel like he was second best." Rip stared at him, speechless. He had carried his version of the story, his guilt, for 10 years. He had never considered that Marta might have seen it differently, that she had understood. "She told me," Bobby continued, that if I was ever in real trouble, the kind I couldn't get out of myself, I should look for a man who played cards and watched the world from the shadows. She said he was a man who always paid his debts. The room was thick with the ghosts of the past, with unspoken words and feelings too deep for a name. The bond between the two men was sealed, not just by blood and fire, but by the shared weight of this history. Rip wasn't just his savior anymore. He was the last living link to the parents Bobby barely remembered. And Bobby wasn't just a boy Rip had saved. He was the living embodiment of the life Rip had walked away from. She was a remarkable woman, Rip said, his voice thick. Yes, Bobby agreed. She was. He finished wiping down the Colt and began to reassemble it, the clicks of the metal precise and final in the quiet room. So, you're going to stay. You're going to deal faro at the Red Lion. For a while, Rip said. A man with a broken leg can't travel far. Good, Bobby said. He stood up and walked to the door. Because I'm staying too. I'm going to work my father's claim. I'm going to build something here. He paused at the door and looked back at Rip, a new confidence in his eyes, the confidence of a man who finally knew his own story. And a partner is a good thing to have, in case the game gets rough again. Chapter 23. You findin' anything up here besides rocks and regret? The voice was hesitant, respectful. Bobby Stone didn't jump. He didn't reach for the Colt that was holstered high on his hip, the way Rip had shown him, where it wouldn't snag on a rock or a branch. He simply finished panning the gravel in the creek bed, his movements economical and sure. He watched the water swirl away the last of the silt, leaving behind 3 tiny gleaming flakes of gold. It wasn't a fortune, but it was a start. Only then did he look up. Hackett and Tom Bradley sat on their horses on the bank above him, their hats in their hands, looking as uncomfortable as preachers in a whorehouse. Finding enough, Bobby said, his voice even. He carefully tipped the gold flakes into a small leather pouch. The regrets mostly down in the town. Not much of it up here. It had been a month since Rip's return. A month of slow healing for the gambler, and a quiet, profound change for Bobby. He'd spent nearly every day up at his father's old claim on Willow Creek, not just working the stream but relearning the land. He moved with a new purpose. The hot-headed boy who had charged into town demanding justice was gone. In his place was a man who was quiet, watchful, and weighed his words before he spoke them. The gun was still there, and he practiced with it every evening, but it was a tool now, not an answer. We brought you some supplies, Hackett said, gesturing to a pack mule they had in tow. Flour, bacon, coffee. The town took up a collection. The town, Bobby said, a faint, ironic smile touching his lips. He stood up, wiping his wet hands on his pants. The town's already given me enough. The money St. John gave you ain't the town's to give, Bradley put in, his voice earnest. That was blood money. This is different. This is an apology. Bobby looked from one man to the other. He saw the shame still etched on their faces, the desperate need for absolution. A month ago, he would have thrown their charity back in their faces. He would have cursed them for their hypocrisy. He thought of his father, Buck, who would have done just that, his pride a fortress around him. Then he thought of Rip, who would have taken the supplies, nodded, and seen the move for what it was, the opening bid in a new game. All right, Bobby said, surprising them both. I can use the coffee. Unloaded by that flat rock. They dismounted, relieved, and began unstrapping the supplies. Bobby watched them, his eyes missing nothing. He was no longer just a victim of the town's madness. He was a part of its future, whether he liked it or not. He had power now, the kind that came from being wronged and surviving. He could use it for vengeance, or he could use it to build. Marshal Brennan says the circuit judge will be here in the fall, Hackett said as he stacked sacks of flour. Gonna be a formal inquiry. He wants you to testify. I'll be there, Bobby said. Some of the men, Hackett continued, hesitating. They're talking about pulling up stakes. Leaving. They say the town feels haunted. Every town out here is haunted by something, Bobby said. Running from it doesn't make the ghosts go away. He looked at the creek, at the sunlight dappling through the pines. My father found gold in this stream. He thought he'd found a future. He was wrong. He found a grave. But the gold is still here. The future is still here. You just have to be smart enough to see it. Hackett and Bradley finished their work and stood awkwardly, not sure what else to say. Thank you for the supplies, Bobby said, his voice clear and direct, dismissing them. You need any help up here, Hackett offered. Clearing rock, building a sluice, you just say the word. There's men who'd be glad to help. For free. I'll keep that in mind, Bobby said. He watched them mount up and ride away, two ghosts trying to bargain for their souls. He knew he wouldn't call on them. The work up here was his alone. This was about connecting with his father, about understanding the dream that had gotten him killed. But the town was a different matter. That evening, he rode back to Roaring River. He stopped at the new cemetery by the church. Two fresh graves lay side by side. One had a simple wooden cross that read Hugh Fenton, an innocent man. The other was still just a mound of earth, waiting for a headstone. His father's remains were still in Lewistown, but Bobby felt his presence here, in this place of violent endings and slow reckonings. He stood there for a long time, the wind cold on his face, feeling the weight of the two men who had shaped him, the father he barely knew, and the gambler who had become the father he needed. One had given him his fire, the other was teaching him how to control it. He went to the hotel. Rip was out of bed, sitting in a plush armchair by the window, his splinted leg propped on a stool. He was playing solitaire, but his movements were sharper now, the pain in his shoulder reduced to a dull annoyance. You look like you've decided something, Rip said without looking up from his cards. I have, Bobby said. He pulled up a chair. I'm not leaving. Never thought you would, Rip said, placing a red 10 on a black jack. Too much of your father in you. Maybe, Bobby said. But I'm not going to make his mistakes. He came here for gold. He thought it was the answer to everything. It wasn't. It was just yellow rock. It didn't make him smart, and it didn't keep him safe. It rarely does, Rip observed. I'm going to work the claim, Bobby continued, leaning forward, his voice intense. But that's not the future. It's just a grub stake. The real future is in the town. He looked at Rip, his green eyes clear and focused. This town is sick. It's sick with guilt and fear. Men are leaving. In another year, it'll be another ghost town, just like Deadwood and the others on your list. St. John might be dead, but he still wins if the town dies. Rip laid down his cards and gave Bobby his full attention. What are you proposing? I don't know yet, Bobby admitted. But I know it starts somewhere else. Not in a saloon. Not at the end of a rope. He stood up, a new energy about him. My mother worked in the assayer's office. She knew the real business of a town isn't the gold, it's the trust. It's knowing that the weight is true, the deal is square. That's what St. John killed. He killed the trust. He walked to the door, his hand resting on the knob. I'm going to buy it back. He left Rip sitting there, a slow smile spreading across the gambler's face. The boy wasn't just healed, he was transformed. He was thinking like a player now, seeing the whole board, not just the square he was standing on. Bobby walked down the stairs and out into the main street. The sun had set, and the lights of the saloons were coming on, casting a warm, inviting glow. A month ago, he would have gone into the Red Lion, had a whiskey, maybe gotten into a fight. Tonight, he walked right past it. He walked past the marshal's office and the general store. He stopped in front of a small, dark building with a faded, peeling sign that read Roaring River Assay. G. Evans, Prop. His grandfather's office. His mother's office. It had been empty for years. The windows were thick with dust. A for sale sign was nailed crookedly to the door. He looked at it for a long time, at the place where the real work of building a community had once been done. This was the legacy he had to claim. Not the wild, violent legacy of his father, the prospector, but the quiet, steady legacy of his mother, the assayer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the pouch of gold St. John had given him. He hefted it in his hand. It was blood money, yes. But maybe, just maybe, he could use it to buy something clean. He turned and walked toward the land office, his boots making a steady, purposeful sound on the boardwalk, the sound of a man who had finally found his own path. Chapter 24. It feels dirty, don't it? Marshal Wade Brennan stared at the pile of wealth on his desk. It wasn't a treasure chest. It was a motley collection of canvas sacks and worn leather pokes, all of it smelling faintly of damp earth and blood. The afternoon sun streamed through the window of his office, catching the dull gleam of the gold dust in a stray poke that had come untied. "It's just metal, Marshal," Con Featherton said from the chair he'd occupied for the better part of an hour. "It doesn't have a soul. It's what men do for it that gets dirty." The room was crowded with the new, unofficial leadership of Roaring River. Judge Crane sat beside Con, looking less like a frightened bird and more like a man who had aged 10 years in a week. Hackett and Tom Bradley stood by the wall, their hats in their hands, their faces grim. And Bobby Stone stood by the window, his arm in a clean sling, looking out at the street as if the answers were written in the dust. "The payroll sacks are easy," Brennan said, nudging one with his finger. "They go back to the mining company. Con, you've got the authority to sign for them." "A wire has been sent," Con confirmed. "They're sending an agent. They also send their gratitude and a substantial reward for the recovery." "We don't want a reward," Hackett said, his voice a low growl. The other miners murmured their agreement. "Nevertheless," Con said smoothly, "they are sending one. Which brings us to the rest of this inheritance." He gestured to the remaining pokes. "There's Ed Halsey's gold, and the contents of St. John's and Wilkes's pockets, and the money Burrow Sam had on him. All told, it's a considerable sum. The wages of sin." "Halsey had a sister back in Ohio," Judge Crane said, consulting a small ledger. "We can try to get his poke to her." "And the rest?" Brennan asked. "What do we do with the rest? It's blood money. Every speck of it." "There's blood that needs paying for," a quiet voice said from the window. Bobby turned to face them, his green eyes holding a fire that was no longer wild, but focused like a lens. Jeb Moss, the driver. Howard Henderson, the guard. They had families. "Henderson's widow is still in town," Brennan said heavily. "Her and their 2 little girls. She's been taking in laundry. Jeb's wife went back to her people in Missouri last week. Said this town was cursed." "Can you blame her?" Bobby asked. He walked to the desk and picked up a small, heavy pouch. It was the money St. John had given him, the money the marshal had been holding. "This is part of it, too. St. John gave it to me. He was buying my trust. Or maybe he was buying my life." He tossed the pouch onto the pile. It landed with a soft, final thud. "I say we use all of it," Bobby said, his voice ringing with a new authority. "Every last flake. We start a fund. For the Henderson family. We send Jeb's wife her share. We make it right. Not with words. With this. He tapped the pile of gold. Hackett stepped forward, his face alight with a kind of grim relief. The boy's right. It's the only way. We take the poison, and we make medicine out of it. He looked around at the other men. I'll put in a month's wages. And I know 10 other men who'll do the same. This is not a matter for a mob, Hackett, Judge Crane cautioned, though a flicker of approval showed in his tired eyes. It must be done properly. Legally. Then let's make it legal, Bobby said. He looked at the judge. You're the law. You and the marshal. You can form a town council. A real one. Not a bunch of vigilantes. You can administer the fund. You can make sure the justice system in this town has more to it than a rope and a packing crate. The idea settled in the room, radical and yet perfectly simple. They had been defined by their lawlessness. Now, they could be defined by their law. It was a chance to rebuild not just the town's reputation, but its very foundation. A council. Brennan mused, rubbing his jaw. We'd need a charter. We'd need to elect members. Then do it, Bobby said. Let the people who live here decide what kind of town they want to live in. From his hotel room, Rip Campbell watched the meeting and the marshal's office break up. He could finally get around with a cane, his leg a stiff, protesting appendage, but it was better than the bed. He saw the men emerge, not with the furtive, guilty looks of the past week, but with a new sense of purpose. He saw Bobby talking with Judge Crane, his head bent, listening intently. The boy was becoming the man his mother had always known he could be. Later that day, Con Featherton came to his room. The old grifter poured 2 glasses of whiskey. Well, the curtain has fallen on our little drama, Con said, handing a glass to Rip. The town has found its conscience. And it looks a hell of a lot like Bobby Stone. He's got good instincts, Rip said, taking a sip of the whiskey. It burned, in a familiar, welcome way. He's got more than that, Con said. He's got your mind and his father's heart. It's a potent combination. He swirled the whiskey in his glass. The agent from the mining company will be here tomorrow. I'll be leaving with him. My part in this is over. Where will you go? Rip asked. Someplace warm, Con said with a smile. Someplace without snow or bullets. I'm getting too old for this kind of theater. He grew serious. What about you, Rip? You're a free man. The town sees you as a hero, whether you like it or not. You could write your own ticket. My ticket's already been punched, Rip said, looking down at his splinted leg. I'm not going anywhere for a while. Is that the only reason you're staying? Con asked, his bright blue eyes seeing more than Rip wanted them to. Rip didn't answer. He looked out the window at the town below. He saw Mrs. Henderson, the widow of the murdered guard, walking out of the general store. Hackett was with her, carrying a heavy box of groceries for her. The big miner's shoulders were still slumped with the weight of his guilt, but he was carrying the burden now, not running from it. Rip saw a group of men tearing down the unfinished house where Hugh Fenton had been hanged, board by board, as if erasing a scar from the face of the earth. The town was healing. It was a slow, painful process, but it was happening. And he, the cynical drifter who believed in nothing but the turn of a card, found himself wanting to see the end of the game. He wanted to see if the town and the boy could truly win. No, Rip said finally, answering Con's question. It's not the only reason. That night, for the first time in over a month, Rip Campbell walked down the stairs of the hotel on his own 2 feet, leaning heavily on a sturdy hickory cane. He walked through the lobby, nodding to the clerk, and out into the cool night air. The street was quiet, but it was a peaceful quiet now, not a fearful one. He walked down the boardwalk, his steps slow and deliberate, until he stood before the swinging doors of the Red Lion Saloon. He could hear the low murmur of conversation inside, the clink of glasses. It was the sound of a town coming back to life. He pushed through the doors and stepped inside.